1 2 1 1 1 8 18 8 18 1 2 3. Good.
Four, five, six. Testing mic 1 2.
Okay, give me some batteries as well.
Hello, everybody. Lots of people are still checking in, so we're not going to start until that queue goes down a little bit. So probably 10 minutes realistically. Sorry for that. And that's Nishal for you. We love him, just not very much.
One, two. 1 2 1 1 2.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Right. Thank you for the one in the middle. Apologies for the late start, but ticketing. We've got a fairly busy day today, so we'll kick off with a quick introduction from Sasha to give you some background. We'll then go to our keynote. I'm hearing feedback up here to Jess, who's going to be our keynote. We're going to do a brief session on how to get the best out of a ZANOG meeting, and then Mark Tinker is going to give us a quick optics update. So, more ado, Sasha. Sasha Booth is the chairperson for ISPA and will introduce us to everything.
Thank you so much. Short chairperson, so I have to adjust this. Hi everyone, good morning and welcome. So as mentioned, I am the chairperson of ISPA, and I'm also at NTT, but prior to that, I was at MWIP, so that's where I got my love for ISPs and all thing internet related. So really, really happy to welcome you to ISPA's iWeek with ZANOG. I know that it's long overdue. The last one was held in 2019. So I'm really looking forward to hosting everyone, and I hope that you have an amazing time. We have an exceptional program of incredible speakers, and there's a lot of fantastic networking opportunities. So I hope that this will be a valuable day for you, or a conference for you. We have quite a few days involved as well. But before we proceed, just a few house rules. Please have your devices on silent. And if you need to use the bathrooms, it's outside and upstairs. And lastly, there are no drills. So if you hear an alarm, run. I'm kidding. Don't run. Walk to the exits. There will be assistance for you. But yeah, that's short and sweet. And I hope you have a fantastic time. Now for the fun part and the keynote. Prof. Jess.
Hello again. I'm Fergus Mackay, by the way, from Flex Optics, in case you hadn't guessed by the colour. I'm one of the co-chairs, and you'll see others of us chairing during the week. Great. So Jess is an associate professor at the Graduate School of Business at the University of Cape Town, where she directs the MPhil in Inclusive Innovation and teaches innovation, business in Africa, ethnography, qualitative research methods, and storytelling for impact. At UCT, amongst other roles, she directs the Light Lab, an interdisciplinary research entity exploring light in knowledge infrastructure as well as metaphor and popular epistemology. Jess has received multiple awards and affiliations and is, amongst others, a P-rated future leader scholar with the South African National Research Foundation. We are so pleased to have her. Her talks are excellent. We basically watched the video and went, yes, please, we'll have her. So please, welcome Jess.
Thank you all so much for the opportunity to be here. As I say, I'm Jess Albach-Jahadja, and it's a real joy and wonderful opportunity to be able to interact with all of you. You guys all know much more about the internet in certain ways than I do, but I hope to offer some slightly different perspective and provocation for the conference that follows. It's not working. Nope. Alas. I think it's funny that at a tech conference, there we go, thank you, okay. So in terms of why I'm here, I'm a social scientist. I was part of the group of people who really didn't understand the internet until during my PhD, which I completed at Stanford University in the States. I was very much immersed in the Silicon Valley tech world. And of course, it was really interesting to hear the ways in which Africa as a continent and a region was discussed and imagined in that space. And I spent 2 years living in Angola. From 2012 I started, and then 2013 and 2014 I lived there the whole time. And it was during the time that the South Atlantic cable was lit between Luanda and Brazil. And in that moment, digital life in Angola radically changed. And it landed up being a footnote in my PhD thesis, that there's something powerful going on with African digital technology. And it was a footnote that I kind of couldn't quite let go of. And so I did the things that were required of me. I published the books. I did the kind of work to prove myself as a social scientist. But I couldn't let go of the fact that there was a real disconnect in terms of how Silicon Valley was imagining the African internet and how I was experiencing it, and many of my colleagues and friends were experiencing it going forward. Okay. So this is just a silly cartoon to kind of, I guess, justify the value of having a social scientist here. So many of you spend your lives working on how to make the internet better and the kind of deep and complex challenges of how do we set up digital communication structures across the continent. But of course, for everyday users, there's something quite pragmatic about how the internet needs to function. And I kind of laugh with the experience of just how complex it can be to get slides working at a tech conference or something like that. I think there we go. So this is one of the very few audiences where, thank you, I'm grateful to be told to slow down. I do tend to speak quite fast, so please feel free to indicate. It won't be the first time. But at most places where I speak, I can pretty much assume that nobody in the audience understands how the internet works. So for this group, sure, you get it, right? This is kind of your primary school introduction to the internet. But for most people who I interact with, this is much more how the internet appears. If you ask your average PhD scholar in almost anything other than computer science, how does your email actually function? Most of them just go, magic. And so the illustrations that I have there, the one is from DALL-E, OpenAI's image generation software, and I asked it to draw me a picture of the internet as magic. The second one is a subreddit that I thought was quite funny about Bitcoin, of basically saying, how do digital currencies function? Well, the answer is magic. And this, I think, becomes very important because digital communications are, of course, the fundamental tool that all of us rely on for commerce, for romance, for education, for almost all aspects of our lives. And where with most other technologies, you can expect your average layperson maybe to have an understanding of how an internal combustion engine works, or how a bicycle functions, whatever a gas stove actually cooks your food. When it comes to digital communication, it's astonishing how little everyday people actually know. And part of what I hope to convince you of during this talk is that this is actually a real problem when it comes to Africa. That in addition to digital literacies, which are relatively straightforward to teach, you can teach people how to use a device, but digital capabilities that help people understand, well, how is the algorithm coming up with certain results? What are the implications of connecting to Huawei versus a network owned and operated by the United States? How do we think about those as we develop digital connectivity across Africa are actually really essential questions. And it's imperative that when we work with young people, with people in your organizations, we demystify the magic that we've allowed the internet to become, and make it a tool that people are fully empowered to think with in terms of the politics, as well as also the questions around usability. So if you've heard me speak before, I think a couple of people have, you would have seen this image. And I'm going to invite you to just look at it for a moment. Most of you will be a bit confused, and a few of you will very quickly see that this is an inverted map of the world. So Cape Town is exactly where Cape Town would like itself to be, right on the top of the world. That's a joke for the Cape Townians. But if you can see the southern tip of Africa at the top of the map, and then what you have is the Atlantic Ocean in black. And this was an insight that came to me in grade 5 in primary school, where we had a wonderful geography teacher. And we were learning about the so-called voyages of discovery, of course, European discovery, because there were plenty of people living here before. And this teacher pointed out that there is no such thing as up or down in space. That north was a very convenient, there's north and south, but what direction those pose doesn't actually matter. And his argument was that if we saw ourselves as South Africans at the bottom of the world and didn't realize that we might have something to contribute in terms of our voice and our perspective and our history, we would find ourselves quite limited in what we could do. And of course, in the 1500s, when map-making conventions were being developed, there were ways in which putting Europe and North America at the top of the world was politically expedient to a broader project of extraction, of missionization, and of colonization that was really going to shape the next 5 centuries. And part of what I'm talking about today is the fact that we're in a similar kind of moment with the digital, and that we on the continent of Africa and in South Africa have a unique opportunity to ensure that digital infrastructure doesn't reflect the histories and the power structures of previous centuries, but rather opens up possibilities for different kinds of imagination and economic activity. So, what is the African internet? I asked ChatGPT, or it was DALL-E as well, and this strange image that looks like 1992 Word clip art was what the system spat out. And I thought that was really interesting because it captures something about the imagination that is embedded in the data sets on which these systems are trained. So what is Africa in the digital imagination? Well, is it a 1992 version of the world with a kind of basic PC and some random text? Or is it Black Panther, which was one of the most important interventions in imagination of the continent that arguably of the last 100 years? And there's kind of this polarity where we either think of Africa as this basic, disconnected, sort of underprivileged, under-resourced space, or we think of it as the futuristic space of the future. And of course, most of you must be working in the middle, in the reality of the everyday complexity of a continent that has a huge amount of resources, potential, people, innovation. I mean, if you don't innovate in many parts of this continent, you actually don't survive. Whereas in many other places in the world, innovation is this cool thing that companies get to do when they're done with their core product design. And there's something about being in this space that gives us tremendous opportunity, but we have to be aware of the geopolitical structuring of our internet landscape. So this is a book that I read recently. Some of you may be familiar with it. And for me, it points to how high the stakes are. So this is about the production of chips, and particularly it writes about NVIDIA, which I believe just hit the 3 trillion valuation mark. And it's a book that looks at how the United States and China, Japan, South Korea have been kind of struggling over control of this core industry that effectively runs the world today. If you look through this book, the continent of Africa is almost entirely invisible. It's as if other than taking some kind of rare earth minerals from the DR Congo, beyond that, the continent doesn't feature. And it's almost as if the millions and millions of people who are creating digital futures and engaging in global markets are completely invisible. So I want to introduce some quick concepts, and forgive me if I sound a little bit too professor-like just for a couple of minutes, but hopefully these concepts will come alive as we go. So the project that I'm working on is called Capricious Connections, and it's really trying to understand how different aspects of digital infrastructure plug in or intersect with global geopolitics. And so I'm interested in how we think, how the hardware and the software and the people interact with one another to be able to create something that on certain levels is unique to the African realities, and of course is part of a much bigger dialogue around global internet futures. I'm going to talk today about, about digital colonialism. And I know sometimes people are like, we're so done with colonialism. But give me a chance with this, because what I want to do is illustrate how systems of digital infrastructure are layering themselves upon other systems of extraction that lead to interesting questions around what we in Africa do to ensure that we don't land up as the kind of raw data source of a company like Meta or Alphabet. I want to talk about surveillance capitalism, which is an idea that particularly in the United States at the moment, about how our actions and our behaviors are algorithmically predicted and how that allows certain kinds of governance structures. Again, often compared with the governance structures compelled by Chinese digital surveillance states. And in many ways, you can see that these systems are not actually that different. The Chinese model and the US model land up with the same kinds of algorithmic predictions, though one is nominally in the free market and one is state created. Then I want to talk about some new work around the coded gaze. And what's meant by the coded gaze is this idea that algorithms see people differently based on where they are, where they're working, things like race, things like perceptions of religion, zip code, all kinds of different indicators that become part of your digital tag. And then with that, I'm going to talk about the urgency of developing digital capabilities and kind of demystifying. The US election later on were tested. And so the 2008 elections were a critical moment in terms of algorithmic interference with democracy. And Anjala went to the professor at Oxford and said, this is my topic. And he said to her, absolutely not. You don't write about Africans using Twitter. That's an inappropriate topic. You can look at kinship, you can look at culture, you can look at politics, but the idea of Africans doing sophisticated things on the internet is not one that we can entertain. And Anjala was really mad and said, right then, over beers or something, I'm going to write a book that they have to teach, which they now do. But the point is that there's been a long shift of African scholars trying to make African digital realities visible, whilst also ensuring that the work that is being done at a technical level really has an impact and is able to bring people online. Okay. So I invert all of my maps, forgive me, this is a point that I make in terms of a sort of speaking to certain power structures, because I do think it helps when you see the world differently. And there's something about how we perceive our place in the planet that is reinforced again and again and again by the structures of imagination that literally code the way that we all think. So I use telegeography's map a great deal, submarine cables. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. And this is the cable map that I first became fascinated with when I looked at the lighting of the first Trans-South Atlantic fiber optic cable in 2012. And I would encourage you to play with that map. And part of what you see, you can click on each of the links, each of the lines, and you can see who owns the cable, where does it run through, where are its landing points. And what I find fascinating is that increasingly these cables are themselves geopolitical indicators. So there's a cable called Peace, which runs from China across North Africa. There's Equiano, which has just landed here. Equiano is named after a Haitian slave revolution leader. A lot of these cables carry all kinds of cultural coding in their names, and they make geopolitical statements that are determined by the consortia of companies that run them. And so companies like Seacom might not be putting their name on the cable specifically, but you can guarantee that the thought process behind naming digital infrastructure is one that is often highly politically salient, if not for the companies themselves, then certainly for the messaging that comes when a cable is switched on and when users start interacting with this infrastructure, which is increasingly becoming quite well known. So to make things simple, this is the book project that I'm currently working on. So I've got 3 months away from my day job of teaching to work on this book over the next 3 months until the end of June. And what I'm trying to do is to untangle the thread of digital complexity by telling the story of effectively 3 cable systems. So an older one, a newer one, and one that is kind of in the middle. And using this thread as a way to illustrate to the public, well, how does the internet work? What questions should we be asking of it? And where are the examples of African innovation which we can tell? And of course, I would imagine that I could easily write about almost any of your companies and the work that each of you are doing. Come on, let's try that. There we go. But for the sake of this story, I'm focusing on 6 particular entities. So the one is Rosalind Thomas's SAEX, which is a new cable system that will hopefully begin operation in the next 4 or 5 years, running from Singapore through to North America around the coast of Africa. And I spoke to Roz yesterday, and she said, please tell them all that this is a good route that avoids the Middle East and the Red Sea. So, there's a real, you can see, anyone who's been reading digital news will know the impact of these 3 cables that were cut in the Red Sea the last couple of weeks, and how closely connected digital infrastructure is to contemporary geopolitics. I'm looking at Mauritius Telecom because Mauritius is tiny, and it's a really great example of a company that 25 years ago saw how digital communications were changing and invested very heavily both in satellite but also in undersea cables. I'm looking at Tenet as an example of a network that runs, it's an education network in South Africa, but how does one system operate in the context of certain national legislation and the imperative to get more people online? Then Mertec Marine, I'm not sure if there's anyone from Mertec at the conference, but they're an incredible company that started because some wealthy guy in Stellenbosch accidentally bought a piece of retired fiber optic cable. Sorry, it wasn't fiber optic, it was the precursor. A retired piece of digital communications cable at auction, and then decided, well, what am I going to do with this thing? And he set up this company that is now, we'll get to snow crash in a minute. He set up a company that is now the world leader in sustainability and fiber optic recycling. And they're based in Gqeberha. And many people have never even heard of this company. But in terms of global innovation, South Africa is really leading the charge around how do we develop sustainable and environmentally sound digital ecosystems. Then I'm looking at Angola Cables, and I interviewed the CEO recently, who told me that they're going to have to rebrand because they are finding that to be associated with Africa as a global digital company in terms of having the name Angola in their title is becoming quite complex because globally people don't want to interact with an Africa company in the same way as they might something else. So they'll rebrand the company and continue doing the excellent work that they are already doing. But it's really interesting how the association and the assumptions around Africa shape digital futures in terms of how companies are interacted with and what kind of trade deals become possible or not. And then finally, I've been spending quite a lot of time on the Leon Thevenin, which is a ship that if you haven't heard of, is the thing that makes your jobs possible. And that the Leon Thevenin is Africa's sole dedicated fiber optic cable repair vessel. It's staffed by the most amazing 60 men. They are all men. And the work that they do in terms of hauling up the cables from the deep sea and the technical work of fixing and of repairing and maintaining the backbone structures that we all rely on is quite remarkable. And so part of the story that I'll be telling is very much around the cook and the person who kind of sweeps the vessel to keep it going. All this incredible labor that goes into maintaining digital infrastructure, which many of us don't see and don't think about. But to get to seeing and thinking, I want to think of how Africa, and again, returning to this idea of imagination, how do we think about the continent? So I'm not sure how many of you have read either of these 2 books. The one is Heart of Darkness, which was written in the 1800s by Joseph Conrad, and is a kind of archetypal book around justifying colonialism. So it's a story of a vessel that goes through the Congo River, and it finds people who are represented as uncivilized and savage, and it kind of justifies the need for colonial expansion. And the second is Snow Crash, which was written, has anyone read it? Okay, I thought there'd be a few. So Snow Crash is kind of one of these sort of fundamental sci-fi texts which has certainly shaped the ways in which Silicon Valley imagines the metaverse. So the metaverse was kind of prototyped in this particular novel. And what I found really interesting when I read Snow Crash, having attended so many parties in Silicon Valley where all these sort of tech bros were talking about Snow Crash, is that apartheid South Africa figures in really interesting ways. So part of the model of Snow Crash, it exists in this futuristic world where the metaverse has kind of become our dominant reality. And human beings live in something called burbclaves, which are modeled on the apartheid homelands policy. And that version of a kind of separate internet where people are rather than being fully connected in the kind of AKA Facebook model, are somehow separate and certainly not, let's see, thank you, certainly not equal in their digital communications, has really permeated the development of certain digital structures globally. And so now when we think about the internet, and from the perspective of those living outside in kind of global centers of power beyond something like a Cape Town or Nairobi, you almost have these two contemporary models of the African internet. The one is your Elon Musk going to Mars, and the other was a case from 2006 that I found so fascinating, where basically, if you remember Free Basics, I'm not sure how many of you would have been familiar with that, but there was a moment when Silicon Valley tech giants decided that Africans should get online. The best way to do that, after a few failed balloons and other tech interventions, was to zero-rate Wikipedia and Facebook and a few other digital platforms. And horror of horrors, Africans started innovating. So there were all these articles in Silicon Valley basically saying that Angolans had hacked the internet by creating closed Facebook groups and embedding the links to them in Portuguese language Wikipedia. And those Facebook groups were sharing large volumes of the material that dominates the internet. Now, you guys can imagine what that material was, but it certainly wasn't your kind of average, encyclopedias. It was more of this sort of adult entertainment variety. And this caused this like massive scandal in Silicon Valley, because it was like, Angolan hackers have destroyed our desire to create the internet for everybody. And for me, what that revealed was the imagination that people in the continent of Africa weren't imagined to be capable of editing Wikipedia to begin with. And that there was a sense that you must be the passive recipients of tools, be grateful to have the opportunity to create a social network on our Facebook account, but heaven forbid that you use it to share movies or to share other kinds of content, or then to be able to actually interact with one another outside of our desired script. And for me, that seems very important. Okay, the slides are moving on their own, but it's fine. Oh no, come back. There we go, okay. But the question for me here, to an audience like this, is, well, who actually runs the African internet? Who makes this kind of thing possible? And maybe it was different in 2012, but certainly now, the people in this room have enormous power when it comes to determining the digital limits. That to give a talk, the way universities work is when you apply for a job, they call you to give a lecture. And I used a similar slide, well, the same slide really, to the one that I showed you with the inverted map a few minutes ago. And you can imagine my horror when 5 minutes before the presentation, the administrator said to me, please, can you upload your slides onto the Google Drive as a backup? Yeah, of course, I quickly do that. And Google then took it upon itself to invert my map to the way that Google felt Africa should look. So if you can see that image there, it's slightly cut out, but you see Africa now in the center of the world where Africa is supposed to be. Europe and North America are now on top, and that red dot represents where Cape Town was originally in my slide. But without my permission, without any check, Google's algorithm had looked at the content on my slide, and I understand it doesn't see, but you know what I mean, and had inverted the knowledge that I was trying to share to conform with a Euro-American algorithmically inscribed view of the world. Now that's potentially okay, but also quite problematic, because it basically says that the way that Google Drive's algorithm sees Africa is the way that all of us have to operate in terms of digital futures. And I thought that that was really interesting. So I want to speak about these three critical concepts. I mean, the one is surveillance capitalism. And I'm by no... South Africa is kind of following the European Union's lead on this topic in terms of legislation. But I want to remind you all of how critical this is, not only for those in this room, but for those who are coming online for the first time, or are starting to do things like online shopping, and in some ways the implications for those who haven't had the same opportunities of education. The second thing is this idea of digital colonialism. So this book actually starts with a story of Chief Lobangule from Zimbabwe, who was very anxious about the arrival of British telegraph poles. Now, the whole British Empire wouldn't be possible without the Victorian-era telegraph communication structure. And the chief was right to be concerned, because as soon as you had the structure in place, certain kinds of decisions could be made in the abstract, without any sense of personal communication. And the book argues that in the absence of appropriate policy and legislation, there's a real opportunity for a different kind of digital colonialism. So you've all heard data is the new oil. But whose data is the new oil? And who is making money off it? And to some extent, I'd imagine that many of your companies make money off it, and that's great. But what are the ways in which these systems also plug into bigger companies like your global giants? And how do we think about the fact that companies like Meta and Alphabet are now increasingly owning the digital infrastructure that runs the continent? And who profits off that? And it's not necessarily a terrible thing. I mean, some people made lots of money in colonialism as well. And some people, there were things that were arguably very useful in terms of infrastructure and so on, that came from the development of spaces, of cities and all of that. But the cost was tremendous, and very, very, very few people, maybe Helen Ziller on a bad day on Twitter, might say something to the justification of these colonial structures. But basically, whether you call it colonialism or something else, the point is the inequality. And the point is that most of us sign digital products, terms and conditions with no understanding of what they mean and no understanding of what actually happens to our data. Is it colonialism or not? We can debate it, but I think it's worth thinking about that in relation to the third point, which is Joy Buolamwini's notion of the coded gaze. And Joy is a researcher based at MIT. I think her parents are from Uganda, if I'm not mistaken, but I can double check that. So she's a second-generation immigrant because all three of these systems play out. Now, this was me coming to the hotel yesterday. So I live in Muizenberg, and some of you who know Cape Town will immediately see what's wrong with this map. So a few weeks ago, I think it was the end of last year, there was a really tragic moment when Cape Town had a whole bunch of taxi-related strikes. The city was on edge, and a medical doctor visiting from, I think, England, was routed by Google Maps through a low-income area where there was quite a lot of frustration and anger being vented, and this medical doctor was tragically killed. And that in itself was a terrible, terrible tragedy. The result has been interesting. So it wasn't the first time, and a decision was made between Google and the South African government, some of you may even have been involved in this, to ensure that Maps no longer routes anybody through townships. So if I want to get from Muizenberg to this hotel, the easiest route for me from Muizenberg is actually along the R310, which is the coastal road. You might be able to see it on the slide. And if I take the R310, it takes me 25 minutes to get here. Whereas if I take the route that has now been put onto Google Maps, it takes an hour and 10 minutes. Now, that's inconvenient in terms of the extra time. But more importantly, it means that I never see how more than half of Cape Town live. Because if I only drive through the wealthy areas of Cape Town, I see one version of the country and one version of the planet. And that's something that has huge implications for how I live my life, for how people in Khayelitsha, who are basically rendered invisible by this tiny decision, live their lives, who is included in the digital domain and who isn't. So this, for me, is when the coded gaze and surveillance capitalism come together. And on one level, there are real reasons for it. But what I find interesting is we don't have an opt-out option. So I get it that you need to be careful with tourists. And you know, I check, there's a WhatsApp group that says, is there anything going on Baden-Powell Drive? And I can check that WhatsApp group, and if there is something happening, because for very good structural reasons, people who live in Khayelitsha have every right to be angry with the state, and sometimes do protest in certain ways. But I don't have the option of saying to Google, take me in a way that helps me see the full reality. Instead, it opts me out and takes me on this different route. And I think that it's an example of how we capture the urgency of the work that all of us are doing. How do we ensure that people are aware of the choices that are being made by algorithms that shape their vision and literally shape the version of a country or a geopolitical system or the world that we might see? Okay, so for me, South Africa is the best place to think about some of this stuff, because like with so many systems, South Africa is where the best and the worst of capitalism come together. I remember being in San Diego in the United States, walking across the border into Mexico, and feeling like, wow, this is very similar to going from a wealthy area in Cape Town into a low-income township space. Who are a bit more established, I've never yet had a student who doesn't need 5 planets to be able to sustain their lives, who doesn't need everybody to live with 5 planets to be able to sustain the flights, the shopping, the electricity at home. You know, we can make Eskom jokes, but the point stands. Because the reality is that most of us who benefit from contemporary structures do consume more than we have at a planetary level. And part of what the challenge is that we all face is, how do we imagine alternative futures? Who sacrifices what in this era of climate collapse? And of course, the digital is going to play an outsized role in shaping what imaginations become possible. It's almost as if after the Cold War, people forgot that there could be alternatives, that there could be political and social realities outside of the dominant structures that might enable certain kinds of distribution so that we weren't in this extreme situation of inequality. But what do we do about it? You know, and for me, you guys are the people who really are at the coalface of doing this work every day. Because it is through the digital, increasingly, that most of our decisions are made, that most of our, social circles are mediated, that most of our political decisions are experienced and evoked. How do we shape the future? The people building the internet are the people who have the power to do that. Because each of the connections that we switch on or do not switch on, plug in, interact with in terms of intercompany agreements, all of those have implications for how the internet flows or functions online. And what kind of digital environment do we actually want in the continent, in the country, in our cities, in our homes, and of course in the world? I'm nearly done. And for me, the responsibility for protecting Africa's digital resources and the long-term capabilities lies with you. And that's why this was such an exciting opportunity as a kind of speaking event. I really feel that we've, as a society, said, well, the tech people are the magicians. They run this beautiful internet that we have. But that also comes with tremendous responsibility. It's almost like being the priests in the Middle Ages who could speak and read Latin and who would translate Latin to those who didn't have access to the Bible. Now, in a very different context, those of you who run the internet are the people who effectively bring knowledge and shape knowledge to end users. And for me, that is a tremendous opportunity, but it comes with a responsibility that is perhaps not taught in your average coding boot camp. I'm hoping that you can use this gathering as a chance to ask these kinds of questions, which often do get left out. You know, if we do this, then so what? How do we ensure that people who are working with our products understand? How can we think further than the imaginative limits that we have in front of us? So this is where the cables come up to land in Sangano, just south of Luanda in Angola. So this is a cable landing station on the coast of Africa. And there are so many places like this. If you have the right tools, you can open it up if you know where it is and just kind of basically walk in. And there's something so powerful about the internet coming to land in Sangano in a little village that doesn't have electricity. And so every day, trucks from the National Petrol Company come and bring the fuel that will power the generators of the internet landing station in Angola. And next door, there's a school where kids are learning without any kind of benefits of modern technology in certain ways. And it's a beautiful example of the kind of disconnect of digital infrastructure. The only thing that the station really does with the community is provide a space for people to charge their cell phones. And that's something important. I mean, the company is great and they do work very closely with the community. I think Angola Cables is doing fantastic work. But it's so powerful, this disconnect of those who are online and those who simply don't have a light switch to be able to turn on. So, my final slide is Steve Biko. Some of you might recognize him as a political activist, really important in terms of founding Black consciousness as a political movement. You do, and for the opportunity to be here, and please feel free to reach out with questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jess. That was amazing. I certainly liked it. Layer 8 is a really important space, and it's a really good exposition. So in theory, we've got 1 minute for questions, but we're running late anyway, so let's just ignore that and take some questions. And if you can come to the microphone, if you can give your name and your affiliation, please. And
hello. Hi. My name's Alan Levine. I'm wearing my Internet Society hat for this question. Wow, that's fantastic. You have many degrees and you're sharing this unbelievable knowledge with us. And I just wanted to ask you if you can be cautious, because we're a bunch of network engineers. We're struggling to get new people with university degrees to get into networking. Many of the infrastructure providers in South Africa have people with no degrees at all on the entire executive team. So you're posing questions for people that are thinking at a high level to necessarily what we've got right now. And if I can just say to you, can you go back to university and try and encourage the computer scientists to learn more about networking, because they actually think it's all about apps and all those other companies that you're talking about, and that's where they want to go work, rather than coming to us and helping us build all this infrastructure.
Thank you so much for that question. I think it's a really important one. And part of what I think the opportunity is to highlight how important this work is, whilst also addressing the fact that when I think of the computer science people I knew from undergrad, most of them are now working in London and in San Francisco. And that is an aspect of digital colonialism that is also really important to think about, not just for the network engineers, but also for the lawyers and for the policy people and for the people who are kind of able to think at that kind of high-level global structure. Most African governments can't pay them. And it's one thing in South Africa, but it's another thing in Zambia or Angola or Ivory Coast. It's very difficult to retain talent when the global industry takes out as quickly as it can most of the top brains in the industry. And so there is something about messaging there, and I mean, I'm working a bit with computer science at UCT, but part of this for me is, what are the stories we all tell about the work we do? And maybe it's a challenge to the conference to say, well, okay, if you need to recruit, how do you make this something that is really exciting, where young people feel that responsibility and that joy and that ability to contribute? Because I really think the new generation are keen for kind of meaning, and impact. You don't, okay, well, maybe I see different students, but I think it's an important conversation to have, so thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, cool. Jess is here all day, and thank you again. I'm going to close it here.
Thanks very much.
Right. Next up, we've got Ed DeLanger, who's going to give us a quick intro as to how to get the best out of a ZANOG meeting. Over to you, Ed.
My slides, yes, no. Okay, well, starting on the second slide, that's fine. Hi everyone, I'm Ed DeLanger. In the interest of times, I'm going to work slightly quicker through this than initially planned, but yeah. So, welcome to ZANOG. We seem to have had quite a nice turnout. There's been 220 odd check-ins so far this morning, so there's some more to come. And just out of interest, or interesting point, when I looked at the registration list, there's actually quite a few students who registered here, so yeah, but we'll get to that now. So, the first thing, what's in this conference for us? Why are we all here? When we did the collaborative editing of this slide, I asked the person who added the slide, and it's like, what is this acronym? He's like, no, it's for the millennials, they'll know what it is. And technically, I'm a millennial, and I was like, nope, no clue. So that's what's in it for me. So, our industry is a bit of a weird one. If we were in the traditional sort of brick and mortar bakery business, if we had two bakeries on the same street and one bakery burnt down, if the other bakery was a capitalist bakery, well, he'd be rejoicing because he'd be getting more money and more business. Where our industry is a bit different. If an ISP falls off the face of the internet, while, yeah, you might be able to scoop up a customer, but if your customers can't reach that other ISP's customers, e.g. a web page they might be hosting or some email service, your customer's going to come and complain to you, not to the people who burned down, but they're going to moan to you that they can't access X, Y, and Z. Like, good case in point is when Facebook goes down and, the internet's broken. So, yeah, so these conferences for us really is a place to collaborate technically, but compete commercially. So let's use this week to learn something new, collaborate, a group collaboration of learning, and grow. So the older people here would remember when the mailing lists were our only way to get new information, and Google has now really broken the social contract between network operators because, well, instant messaging and instant feedback is the, whoops, slide's not working. Instant feedback is the thing. I mean, like, ZANOG has a Telegram group with a couple of hundred people on it, and people want to rather get the instant feedback from something like that rather than the old school, let's do a mail, get it archived, so if someone wanted to ask that same question later on, they could go look it up. So the information is very, well, short-lived almost, because these things aren't able to be archived. And because of that, we're sort of losing our collective conscious we had. So these events are, again, helping to try and grow this. So we've already had one question at the microphone. So I think the only person in this room who probably knows everything is probably Frank. I don't know where Frank is sitting, but for everyone else, please come up to the microphones, ask questions. When you get to the microphone, please state where you're from. If you're not representing your company, you can do like many of us would probably do and say, like, we're from the internet. But please say who you are. Remember, this is being recorded, and you might not always have your face on the recording at that point, so make it clear who you are. And please ask questions. As the quote goes, he who does ask a question is a fool for a minute, but he who does not is a fool for life. So yeah, the microphones are over, there's one in each aisle, and there's a floating microphone somewhere around, but please line up orderly for the questions. Sorry. Lunches. You might have noticed on the program that our lunches are long. And this is by design. Because ultimately, as we said earlier, this conference is here for networking. So please don't go sit down with your co-worker that you sit next to, the bilateral meeting, and please always sit at your table. Don't try and steal someone else's table, because this might have a bit of a knock-on effect. If everyone starts using other tables, it might just get a mess. And please remember, other people might have the table slot after you. They're 20-minute slots, so yeah, when I last checked, there were quite a few meetings already booked. So please join in, book some more. If you need to have a contact with someone that you can't quite recognize, you've only dealt with on email, you want to meet them face to face, both people know, go to table 20 at 11 a.m. and it's a super easy way to meet each other. So yeah, if you haven't signed up, you can go to the reception, you can hunt me down or probably hunt Donald down, the two bearded people from ZANOG, and we'll be able to help you to quickly sign up for that tool. Unfortunately, you can't just make it a self-sign-up because of weird regulation rules and not having people's personal information shared, so it needs to be a bit of a manual process, unfortunately. But this is only if you had not ticked the box when we signed up originally. So, peering personals had been done at iWeek now for 10 years. I think the first ones were done in 2014, before my time. So, yeah, these were two of the peering personals that were done in the beginning, PCH and POSIX systems. They've come a long way. Networks are different now, so yeah. And we'll also allow data centers who have a peering solution to also submit slides to, well, get people to come and peer in their facilities. If you want to submit your peering personals, that is roughly the template that you can use. And please just send it in email to prezo@nog.net.za, and we will add it into the next presentation slot. And it's basically a first come, first serve thing. You'll see in the program there's a couple of peering personal slots. There are some socials, again, more networking. The first one today is from 1800 in the courtyard next door. They'll do it up a bit. There'll be appropriate libations and snacks. The first one I think is sponsored by Africa Data Centers. And then tomorrow's one is a Beers for Peers, sponsored by NAP Africa and Terrico. And that will be at a place called Fancy Frank's in Somerset West. They will have buses that will start doing the circle loop from here to the venue and then drop people back off here again at 10 o'clock. If you stay later, you'll need to make your own plan, but they will announce what the last bus is. So please do join in on both of these events. They are generally lots of fun and, well, not maybe so good for the bubblers, but good fun to be at. As I mentioned earlier, there's been quite a few students that have registered for this event, which I'm quite excited by because it helps with issues like Alan brought up. For these students, please remember these are potential future employers for you. So put your best foot forward, ask questions is the easy way for people to sort of notice you and realize, well, you can be interacted with. And then later on in the day, we'll also do an update for the actual ZANOG update where we'll speak about potential volunteering options. So that'll also be a good way to get your name out into the industry. And that's that, yeah. Thank you everyone, have fun at the event. Please, we're gonna try and keep everything on time. We're sorry for the delay this morning, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. Mark is up next. He's going to talk about DWM and optical networking in 2024, what to expect. He must have spoken here before in the past. If not, he's spoken lots of other places, and I'm pretty sure we all know who he is. Mark Tinker. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Mark Tinker. I'm used to be with CCOM, as many of you would know, but now I'm with a new company called Transmission Co that I'm managing. And I'm just going to try and talk to you about, if the slides do come up, transmission services and transmission networks. Being historically an IP guy, I've now moved over to the dark side so I can make some real money. But yeah, so I'm just trying to find a way to simplify transmission services and transmission networks, and it's great to see that there's a lot of transmission and optical presentations at this meeting this year. So I think throughout the course of this week, there will be quite a lot to understand from that. So it's just a bit of an outlook through to 2024 as to what to expect. A lot of these technologies might not come into South Africa this year, but it's very forward-looking, and we expect to see them at some point. We expect to see the slides at some point, too. There we go. Whoops. All right. Okay. So first things first, it's safe to say that, I'll try and catch us up so we're on time. It's safe to say that supply chain issues are mostly resolved in the semiconductor space, which means that deliveries, manufacture lead times and all that should be resolved. Obviously, ongoing conflicts in Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Palestine, and obviously, as we all know, the Red Sea with the cables that were cut, I think, a week and a half ago, is also some potential to be concerned about. But by and large, we estimate a 1% growth in the sector this year, which is a bit of a slowdown for telecoms. On the 400G side, 2023 was about a lot of 400G, mostly for the content providers. 2024 will be a lot of that for the telco. Telco has had a bit of a slow start, mainly because they want things like 0 dB power, better monitoring, that sort of thing. But we should see a lot of uptake for 400G services, not necessarily in Africa this year, but across the board for telcos, a little bit in Africa as well. Africa will mostly be the content providers, and the majority of the form factor will still be OSFP and QSFP-DD, just because they're nice and small. There's loads of other form factors, but those tend to be quite bulky, and I don't think we'll see a lot of them in operation. The interesting one that has almost everybody up in arms is the expansion of the wavelengths from C to L, and obviously a combination of C and L. I think with the exception of Japan, most of the world still runs on C-band. And due to the improvements in coherent detection technology, as well as high order modulation, for example, we've pretty much gotten to the limits of C-band. So one of the ways that we're going to see improvements in that for spectrum efficiency for this year and next year is some vendors and some operators starting to combine C and L band to increase capacity. In extended C and extended L, we expect to double that to 9.6 terahertz, which would give us, give or take, between 50 to 80 terabits of fiber capacity. Later on, at some point, we expect to move into the Super C and the Super L. The combination of both of those would, in theory, give us 12.2 terahertz, 6.1 each in each band. And that would essentially get us to about 100 terabits of fiber capacity, depending on distance. It's all still very experimental. It's all still under development, but this is where we're going, because this is where we can expect to gain spectral efficiency before you need to add fiber and all sorts of things. There's still a number of challenges with C and L. Cost is a major one. Stimulated Raman scattering is another, which is where you can essentially amplify C-band into L-band and cause a tilt. There's mechanisms to compensate against that, so all of that is still either under development or still being shipped by a few vendors. So you won't see it across many operators, but that's where it has to go if operators are under stress. I think India is a good place for that. C and L in subsea is also being discussed, but there's more challenges in subsea because, as you know, subsea has a problem of power. Physical infrastructure, so the fiber itself, SDM, spatial division multiplexing, is where we expect to see more improvements in gaining more capacity when we run out of spectral efficiency options. Obviously, option A is a standard single mode fiber, where you've got multiple fiber pairs in a cable. And to get that through, especially for subsea, you have to sort of thin out the cladding, which would obviously introduce risk. Option B, which is the multi-core uncoupled fiber, is where you've got multiple cores inside a single fiber glass, and then each core guides its own wave. Uncoupled means that they are slightly pushed apart. Option C, which is few mode fiber, sort of sits in between multi-mode fiber, 850 nanometer style, and single mode fiber. So multi-mode is easily about 25 to 30 modes. Single mode is just one mode. Few mode is sort of in between, so anywhere from 5 to 10 modes. And in that one, you're actually guiding an actual mode through a fiber core. D is coupled multi-core fiber, which is sort of like B, but the fiber cores are packed together, just to give you more density in the fiber. And then the last one, which is very sci-fi, is essentially a honeycomb with a hole in the middle. It's basically sending light through air. And it should, in theory, be the fastest fiber, because in a vacuum, air is faster than glass. But what we found with that fiber at the moment, with the few that have deployed it, is that it has a slightly higher loss than normal, about 1 dB, versus standard 0.25 dB. It's still being deployed to some degree, but it's not yet anywhere near commercial use. The three I've sort of highlighted over there, uncoupled, few mode fiber, and coupled, is essentially what they look like once the assistant disappears. So the uncoupled multi-core fibers is essentially similar to fiber that we run today, so you don't need special DSPs. You can run them into the same chassis that you have today. Few mode fiber obviously requires DSPs to compensate for crosstalk of the different modes, as does coupled core multi-core fiber. So all these are what we call novel fiber solutions. For the most part, we expect option A to be the more popular one for the time being, especially on the subsea side. Standardization and integration. So like the IETF in IP, the optical folk have got Open ROADM. They've also got something known as OIF, Optical Interoperability Forum, as well as OpenZR+. It's essentially supposed to mimic having Arista on one end and Juniper on the other and being happy. The reality, though, in optical networking is that that kind of integration doesn't work really well in real life. Where they have actually done useful work is to standardize on optical pluggables, right? So you can buy a ZR Plus optic from Adtran, you can get a ZR Plus optic from Flex Optics, and that should work, and that's fantastic. And they're doing the same with 800G and 1.6 tera. But to actually have a line system from one vendor, a core from another vendor, an edge from another vendor, and have all that together with the standardized NMS is science fiction to me. I have hope, but we shall see. But this is, so Open ROADM will still keep on taking on new members. So if you want to sign up, feel free. 800G pluggables should be starting to ship now. So you should start to see equipment vendors, especially on the router side, switch side, start pushing out equipment that has 800G ports native. Form factor is still quite similar to QSFP, DD, and OSFP, so it's backwards compatible. What's great about 800G also is that it can demultiplex down to 400G, 100G, and so forth. So that should be mostly in 2025, but should start shipping now based on a 5 nanometer DSP. On the super channel wavelength side for the optical infrastructure, this is what we now call the terabit era. Pretty much every vendor now has got anywhere from 1.2 to 1.6 single channel optical carriers. Cisco just announced with their company called, formerly Acacia, NTT Electronics, Nokia, and Infinera. Ciena did theirs on 1.6 at 3 nanometer. But the one that was most interesting was Huawei. Huawei did theirs are trying to do theirs with semiconductors made by their own SMIC manufacturing company in China, because they are still banned technically from taking semiconductors from the rest. So that's interesting. But essentially you're looking at those DSPs will essentially support anywhere from 1 tera down to 800G, down to 400G at different distances. So at short distances, you get a lot of capacity. At longer distances, they come in really handy as well. So we should start to see the channel count go up, 400G, 600G, that sort of thing. single lane pluggables for 100G, especially in the data center. So for servers, moving away from 25G, bypassing 40G, going straight to 100G, single lane. The majority of us still buy LR4s, which is 25G lanes. But I think now we started to see DR and FR pluggable shipping last year. I think that's going to ramp up this year. I think a lot of exchange points, for example, in Europe are now starting to push a lot more of the single lane 100G. I think we might start to see that in South Africa as well. So I think there's a bit of money to be saved by going with single lane 100G, especially if you run optical-based servers in the data center. But also between cross-connects, customers, providers, that sort of thing. So this will also pick up in 24. Another one that's sort of sci-fi, but also on the way, is to simplify power management and cost for optics with this one called the linear drive pluggable optics, or LPO. So essentially what this is doing is it's taking the DSP, digital signal processor, out of the standard optic, and then moving all that functionality into the switching ASIC on the device. So in your router, in your switch, in your WDM infrastructure. As you can see in the bottom picture, the DSP is taken out and all that is simplified. So you reduce cost by about 40% because the majority of the cost is the DSP, and you reduce power down to about 50%. So you can take a 400G 13-watt pluggable down to, let's say, 5 watts type thing. And that's going to be a great thing if you have tons of them in a device that's heating up very quickly. And then I think Prof. just spoke about this before as well. Semiconductor sovereignty. I think the Chinese have realized they need to go out on their own, and we know, leave to the Chinese to do something and do it big. So the big four, China, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, are still going to lead, but you do have a lot of investment going into Europe, especially around semiconductors for things like driverless cars and stuff like that. Giving out this year for countries, universities, governments, and so forth, and private manufacturers to go out and start to localize, remove dependence away from TSMC, from Broadcom, NVIDIA, and those few companies that actually are huge at making semiconductors. So there's a bit of a semiconductor war, I think, over the next 5 to 7 years. And just based on the numbers for market cap growth last year at about 72% in just 1 year, you can see a lot of investment going into semiconductor sovereignty. This is going to be a big one. And to be honest, I think China is going to come out winning at the end. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. We're really running late, so he's here all week if you've got questions, unless someone has a really quick one off. No. And Ed, could you give Mark? Oh. And Ben has a quick question. Can you try the mic because it's broadcast?
It's on now. Yeah. Ben, Work Online. For the benefit of mostly the rest of the audience, I think that probably a lot of people don't know what an optical mode is. Maybe quick explanation of that.
An optical mode,
as in multi-mode, single mode.
Oh, okay. In multi-mode, for example, 850 nanometer, you've got, how do I say this? You've got multiple, let's say multiple carriers inside the fiber cladding to overlay and relay the signal from the electrical side, optical side, back to electrical between two devices. And those multiple modes then allow you to get the amount of capacity and bandwidth required between both. In the single mode, you've only got one specific mode inside the core itself that is responsible for carrying the wavelength and the traffic. Now, in few mode fiber, which is a combination of, which is sort of sitting in the middle of multi-mode and single mode, you've got still multiple modes through the same fiber core, but not at the level of multimode. So about 5 to 10 versus 20 to 25, and that's essentially to help reduce the amount of crosstalk between the actual modes itself. It's a rather complex way to move light through a fiber, which is why the requirement for the DSP on the equipment and the end to sort of compensate for that is mandatory. But yeah, I don't really think it's going to take off so much, but I think for short distances, it might. A couple of kilometers maybe medium haul, I think it might do. But I think uncoupled multi-core fiber is likely to be more interesting.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you. Thanks again. So next up, we have peering personals. Donald, are you running peering personals? Yep. So anybody who wants to do a peering personal, please head over to the AV desk and you'll get called on stage. And if you can go off that on the other side of the stage, we can have a flow of people running. So, do we have peering personal volunteers?
Switch on. Can we have Adept, ZANOG, TIX, and DPA? Is Adept here?
Tell everybody about yourself. There's a mic up there. Hi, so we're an ISP. We've been around for ages. We've got an open peering policy. There was a QR code on my slide you can scan, but otherwise, if you want to talk, hit me up or send a mail to peering@adept.co.za. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donald Jolly, and ZANOG has an AS328365. We have CDNs embedded in the network, as well as services and tools that the community can use. So we have an open peering policy. However, we require bilaterals, which means that you have to have a peering DB entry because we use peering DB to build our BGP sessions. So that's the only real thing you need to do. But what's important about these peering personals is that you see the person up here. Now you know who to come speak to, in terms of peering with that network. So email or come see me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Frank, not the one Ed mentioned earlier. I'm living in Tanzania, and we are having internet exchanges of various efficiency. The biggest one is in Dar es Salaam, but also in 5 other cities in Tanzania, several peers. If you're interested, come talk to me, anything in Tanzania.
Good morning. My name is Eckert from Digital Parks Africa. We have a data center in the heart of Gauteng, right between Johannesburg and Pretoria. Probably in the space in Gauteng that's got the most dense data center population in radius of about 5 kilometers. We started late last year with the Jinx node, so we are still getting going, still new. But yeah, it's all about building resilience into networks, and we welcome everybody to come and talk to us. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Go. Thank you very much. We're now. Okay. Thank you everybody for speaking this morning. Thank you for the peering personals. We're now going to have a coffee break, and we're back at 11:30. Yep. So if you could all be back in for then, so we can try and start on time. Coffee's up the corridor, and keep going. And look forward to seeing you all back then. Thank you.
introduction on Jack. Jack has more than 20 years of experience split between engineering and operations and product management. He's been involved in architecting and operating service provider networks as well as hosting networks. Please, a round of applause for Jack. Thank you.
It's just a green button to go forward. Yes? Okay, thanks. Okay, so welcome. My name is Jacques. I'm with Kentic, and I'm here to present about a hack that happened in the Orange network at the beginning of this year. So let's see if this works. Yes. So early January, Orange Spain was hacked. Well, in a sense that routing was, come closer, okay. In a way that the routing was hacked. Somebody got access to the credentials of their RIR. And so we're going to talk about routing security, about BGP security, about RPKI. And I wanted to ask the audience here, who has never heard about RPKI? Anyone dare to raise his hand? Luckily. Well, let's do a quick refresher, because it is important for this talk. It is important to know what RPKI is. So I'll do a quick refresh. RPKI is an infrastructure that can take care of routing security. And the most common form of the RPKI infrastructure is the ROV application, where you can do the route origin validation. Let me quickly get my notes in front of me. It's easier than looking back and forth all the time. This application allows you to create ROAs, and those ROAs basically describe in what AS number, in what network, that prefix should be originated. And routers can do a check on that. They can check whether or not the prefix they receive from their BGP neighbor is originated from that ASN that it should be originated from. And if it's not, it can render that prefix or that announcement invalid and either or not accept that in the routing table. So if we look at an example, so we have an example ROA here that basically says, I am prefix 172.111.180.0/22. I have a maximum length of a /23, and my origin ASN is 3223. That is what I should be. If I see an announcement different than this description, render me invalid. So if a router receives an advertisement, like the first one in this example, that says, I am 172, blah, 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 /23, my AS path is originated in 9009, you do the check with the ROA, and then it renders invalid because the AS number, the origin AS number, is not the same as in the ROA, so it will turn invalid. The second example says something about the maximum length. You can configure the maximum length in that ROA, and this one is an advertisement from a prefix that is a /24 and is originated in the AS number 3223. Well, that is correct, because the ROA describes the origin AS number, which is correct, except for the max length. The max length should be maximum at 23. And in this example, we're looking at a /24. So this prefix, this announcement, will be rendered invalid because of the ROA describing it to be maximum a /23. In the last example, we'll see that the advertisement is a /23 with a origin ASN in 3223, and that is according to the description in the ROA. So this one will be valid. Make sense? Easy, right? So, how are we doing with creating these ROAs? We can see, and it's not all too clear because of the beamer, I think, but the yellow line, the top line in the picture, is the prefixes that don't have a ROA, so the unknowns. Those are going down over time, so that's a good sign. The valids are going up, which is even a better sign, because people are creating ROAs, people are creating the right ROAs, doing the correct advertisements, so that is a good sign. The pie chart on the right-hand side says something about the internet volume, the traffic volume, and how much of that is being covered by ROAs, and how much of those ROAs are valid or unknown or invalid. So we see that a large amount of traffic is being covered. The red bit is not being covered, but a large bit of the traffic is being covered by ROAs nowadays. So that is going into a good direction. And that's all because of you as well, because you're working, you're operating your networks, you're creating the ROAs, and hopefully setting up your routing policies as well. But are we actually setting up those routing policies? Are we actually taking the validation status into account in our routing setup? So we've been looking into that, and we split this out based on the visibility of some of the prefixes that are out there. And for that we use route views, and they have vantage points all over the world. And those vantage points, we looked at static prefixes that are out there that have a certain validation state. And we split it out in IPv4 and IPv6. So the x-axis in the graphs says something about how many vantage points can see the prefixes. So the further on the right, the further the propagation of the prefixes, the more vantage points will see that prefix. The height says something about the amount of prefixes. So for v4 and v6, the not founds and the valid prefixes, you see that those are propagating far, far over the internet, which means that these prefixes are just being announced and re-announced and being propagating over the internet, and the vantage points will, they see all those prefixes. The green graph, on the other hand, is about the invalid. So the prefixes that are validated as an invalid announcement. And we actually should not see these. That would be the best. But we have vantage points, although not as many, but we have vantage points who see these prefixes, which means these prefixes are being re-advertised, they are being announced. People are re-advertising those prefixes. But it's on the left side of the graph, so there's not that many vantage points that actually see all the prefixes. So there are a lot of networks out there that are actually filtering the invalid prefixes, which is a good thing again. But again, there are networks that are re-advertising the invalid prefixes that don't have that routing policy set up, where they just ignore or drop the invalid prefixes. I'm not running a network, but when I did. Not that many prefixes, not that many people, but it could be that we're not all operating networks. So, anyways, so what happened with Orange Spain? Nobody actually got access to their networks. People got access to their routing registry. People got access to the interface where they could create ROAs. In the routing registry. So they were able to log in to the RIPE portal and create ROAs for Orange Spain. They did not have any ROAs. So the people who got access, they started to create ROAs. No traffic was changed, no no personal data was intercepted. It was just about routing, whether or not the prefixes were advertised. So it was about accessibility of the services that they were providing. So from what we have seen within Kentic, we think this is the first time that RPKI has been used as an attack vector. I mean, we all designed this to be a security measure, but every security measure can be used against itself and can be used as an attack vector as well. So we think this is the first time that we actually saw this security measure being used as an attack vector. I'm not sure you can read this, but it says, it's a tweet from the from a guy or a group called Snow. They say, I have fixed your RIPE admin account security. Message me to get the new credentials. So someone got access to someone got access to a login they should not have access to, because it is dangerous. So why did Orange Spain suffer this outage? As said, Orange did not have any ROAS configured. So what they did, they created ROAS for a couple of the prefixes, /22, /21, /16. Nothing wrong, because they did the right thing. They configured the ROAS with the right origin, so not much happened there. Although there was a max length set on the prefixes. And that means that if there are any more specifics, those more specifics will render invalid, because there's no covering ROA for them. The attacker saw that and started creating ROAS for the max, for the more specifics as well. And they created a long list of prefixes with the maximum length of /23s. These all came out of that /16, which is in the first three up there. And they did this, but they missed one prefix, one more specific. So in essence, the beginning of this issue was only small, because it only happened to one of the prefixes. So the prefix that was missed was a /22, and in our monitoring in Kentic, in our platform, we can look at the announcements and the visibility of prefixes out there. Again, we use those route views, vantage points for that, and we see with the gap in this graph that the visibility of this prefix has been less than expected. It should be high. It should be like 199%, something like that, but it dropped significantly. So there's an impact on this. People started dropping this prefix because it was rendered invalid, remember? All the other more specifics, they were invalid for just a short while, because remember the three prefixes that they did first before they started adding the more specifics? We could also see that those were just rendered invalid for a short while. And also the ROAS have to propagate over the internet. All the validators out there, they have to receive those ROAS. So you see that there's only a short outage for those prefixes. And this is showing that that there's a propagation going on as well. So there's no immediate effect, but it takes a little while before all the validators, all the infrastructure starts acting on the change of the ROAS. So not much going on here. It even seemed like they were trying to fix this by creating those more specifics, except for the one that they forgot, and that has an immediate impact. But then they started playing. They really started playing with the ROAS, and they created ROAS with a origin ASN that is not Orange origin ASN. So they created ROAS with an origin ASN not being Orange ASN 12479, which is Orange. And you can see in the ROAS here that they created a different source AS number, so origin AS number. And that means that all these prefixes suddenly turn invalid, because the advertisement is being done from the Orange network with an origin from the Orange network, but the ROAS say something else. So now there's a real issue. And that, you know, that issue, that is immediately visible as well. And we see a drop in the advertisement, so we see that we all are doing a good thing. We're all ignoring or dropping the invalid routes, but that causes immediate impact to the accessibility, to the serviceability of the Orange network. It took a while before Orange found this out, and you know they had to fix this because their services were unavailable. Users couldn't reach their whatever they were looking at on the internet, couldn't send their emails, whatever. So they had to fix this, and it took basically the entire day before Orange realized that it had to do with ROAS. You remember that they had not set up any of them, so they were not really thinking about that. So it took a while before they started fixing this issue. And I'm on the interesting part of the graph. Can this be moved? Can someone move the video? Because it's over the graph. It's the interesting bit of the graph. But you know, it took a while. And here we go. Thank you. It took a while before they changed the prefixes. They changed the ROAS. They were trying to fix the ROAS, and we actually see that traffic is coming back, and that the visibility of those prefixes is coming back. So, you know, it. So they did that on that first day. They fixed a lot of their ROAS. Only one that, you know, and that's the one that you see here. One took a long time. That was the 8th of January, so it nearly took them a week. They forgot one to fix one. So it was nearly a week before that last prefix was being repropagating as well, being re-advertised through all the networks. So you can see that, you know, running RPKI as a security measure can also impact your visibility, your accessibility. I'm almost done. So, you know, it is important to run RPKI. It is important to set up your ROAS correctly because it really helps in securing the internet. It really helps in securing your BGP advertisements. It really helps in keeping the environment safe for all of us and keeping the, you know, keeping the traffic going to the directions that we want to go, trying to prevent anyone else attracting your traffic. But we have to be careful. It's not just the infrastructure. It's always about passwords and access, gaining access to portals and stuff like that. So please be aware that your login to your registry, your internet registry, the access to your prefixes and AS numbers, be aware that you either use the two-factor authentication or use a good password that nobody else knows and is not something that you can guess very easily. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is that I hope with looking at this incident that this can be a wake-up call for all of you. One, to start using the filtering capabilities, start using filtering on the invalid prefixes, but also on the other hand, take care of your credentials. Make sure that they're not on the street, that nobody can access the registries, that you either use a two-factor authentication or something else. It is mission critical. It is something that we all rely on and that we all depend on as well. So make sure that this is something that we can keep working with and that it doesn't get disturbed by incidents like this. Anything else? Any questions? I think we have time. Go back to this last slide. Oh, they're not there anymore. This one?
Hi, my name's Alan Levine. I'm from AS37199. We're a small boutique ISP, so we don't have that many customers. But so when we get a customer that's a global telco, we try and provide them with the best possible service. And then we start getting complaints about our BGP is flapping. I think we would know if our BGP was flapping. It was a bit surprising that their NOC was sending us continuous complaints about the BGP flapping until we worked out that it wasn't really our BGP, it's really their BGP in their network, and they're just using our circuit. So you can find the head of the network contact for this global telco on the RIPE database, or that, in this case, even though it was a North American company, they happened to be on the APNIC database. And they're actually sending abusive complaints to us as a network provider because our network is rock solid, and they're continually complaining that, what's the problem? So I need to speak to the network contact. But it's impossible. In the old days, you used to be able to contact the people who run the networks. How can we, expect that our peers will continue to be responsible in their jobs?
Yeah, you mean I think it's a responsibility of all of us who are operating and managing networks to, we have the responsibility to act on reports that you are sending in. I mean, we're trying to build a stable ecosystem, and if there are networks that are not responding to complaints, they're not responding to any tickets that might be opened, or any, issues that are being sent to them. I think they should do a better job. I mean, we're all there. We're all using this infrastructure, and we all have that responsibility. I can't talk for that service provider, but I know I've been in your shoes. I've been in that situation where you don't get a response, which is really frustrating. And then again, it's really good to be out here, speak to your peers, get to know them, and maybe have that personal contact with someone in that organization that can help you out there. So yeah, it's something that we all have to take care of and be cautious about. Yes.
Hi, Jack. Great talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nishal. I'm speaking with no hats on. I think, it was really important for people to understand that the primary issue here wasn't that they were hacked. It was a hack of the routing infrastructure. And for those that have been listening, that's been fairly clear. But the flip side of this is that the problem occurred because of RPKI. If we didn't have this thing called RPKI in the internet, then this would have been a non-issue, right? The fact that they had a weak password, I think the password was RIPE-NCC password or something like that. The fact that it was a weak password meant that they could have gone after internet routing registry objects or something different. But there's still a component of folks that say that this happened because of RPKI, and therefore RPKI is probably not something that you should be doing, or if you're doing it, be very careful because look what happened.
Well, I think, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people with me, the impact of traffic being redirected to a different source than the original source, when you have an advertisement of a more specific from another ASN, that will redirect the traffic to somebody else, and then, they can do anything with that traffic. They can look at the payload, they can look into the packets, they can actually get information from users. If we don't do RPKI, I think that issue is much bigger than the incident that we saw here. Having the ability to gain information about people, information about services, have insights in the traffic that's being redirected to that ASN that should not be receiving that traffic. I think that is much more hazardous, that has a much bigger risk than the incident that we saw here. So I think, and I'm convinced that RPKI is something that we all should do. We should all have, set up that routing policy, drop those invalid prefixes, because it really helps in securing the data that is being transported over the internet. Okay.
Do we have more questions? No? Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
We will continue with a talk on BGP communities. BGP communities, as you know, is an important attribute that helps send messages across BGP peers. And Max is going to talk about how some people are using or misusing BGP communities. So, a short intro on Max. Max runs AS58280. In the past, he founded an ISP and wireless ISP in Italy. Worked at the RIPE NCC as a trainer and as the IPv6 program manager, and at the Internet Society where we work together. And he's involved in numerous program committees and helps run a couple of internet exchanges, and he's based in Zurich, Switzerland.
So good, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to, let me see if I can get slides, but before I start, there was a positive message at the end of the previous talk. I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm going to say during my presentation. I'm actually in favor of RPKI. It's just that there is a detail that I'm exposing here of things that some people do that we might want to correct. So the title is a little different from what you see on the program. So the title is, how much RPKI do you want in your BGP? Why? We'll see it in a moment. But Amrish already introduced me. I'm involved in a few things. The one he didn't mention is that for some case or fate, I'm behind the ZANOG Discuss group on Telegram, and together with Ed and other people. There's a funny story behind that, behind why that happened, but I'm not going to tell it now. It's for beers later tonight or whenever we have time. So for the breaks. So come see me in the breaks if you want to know the story behind that. Now, what is this talk about? This talk is about a small problem that me and a couple of other people have found on BGP and communities and RPKI, and at the end of the talk we are proposing a solution already. So there is work that is being done to correct the issue. But before we start, an important disclaimer. This time it is not DNS. You know, I left out that acronym. This time it is not about DNS. DNS is not guilty. So let's focus on what we need to see today. So there was an introduction to RPKI in the previous talk. I will focus on some slightly different parts of it. So RPKI is divided into two parts. There's a signature part and there's a validation part, and they're totally separate. You could be signing, you could be creating your ROAs without validating, and on the other hand, you could be validating without creating your ROAs. And believe it or not, there are organizations who are in that space. So we have ROAs that are objects that are like route objects, route and route 6 objects. I like to call them route objects on steroids because they have a little bit more information. That's the max length. I would like to tell you that it was named after me, but no, it's not. It wasn't. I didn't participate in designing this. So the structure is exactly the same as a route object. So we have an origin AS, we have a prefix, and then we have a max length. And there's a long discussion about max length not being, well, there are suggestions for not using max length, but that's outside of the scope of this talk. So, ROAs are growing. This is an image from the percentage of address space, and I'm sorry the yellow you can't see for IPv6, but this is the case of South Africa, and as you can see, the number of ROAs is increasing. That is good, but related to the problem that I'm going to talk to you about in a moment, this can be a bigger and bigger issue, because the more people create ROAs, the more there can be noise. So when someone creates a ROA, the ROA gets into a database that's run by the 5 RIRs, and then there are software called relying party. There's Routinator, there's RPKI client. They download them, and then they provide them to the routers. And together with the BGP updates, ROAs on one side, BGP updates on the other, and this is the key. They help routers make better routing decisions because we're adding another piece of data. As was explained in the previous presentation, this is where things can go wrong in a way. So there's a decisional tree you have to follow. And there are two parts. One is the ROA validation. A ROA can be valid or invalid by itself. Invalid if the certificate has expired, if the signature on it has expired, and so on. But we will not focus on that. We'll focus on the BGP validation part. A BGP update can be valid, not found, or invalid according to RPKI. And then if things are configured well, we should be discarding all the invalid ones. But what do we do with the valid and not found? We have found that some people use communities. What are communities? Communities are a way to tag BGP updates. You have a BGP update, you add a community, you give it an additional meaning. There are small normal communities, and there are large communities, which came because the communities, as they were designed, they didn't take into consideration that the size of autonomous system numbers might grow in the future. So we have large communities which not only account for 32-bit ASNs, but account for even more address space to give any route even more meaning. So what happens when we take RPKI and we take communities and we start mixing them? We have found that some operators do this. Some operators tag their BGP announcements with communities which tell us the validation state of that route. And this validation state gets propagated to everyone. So if I were to look into something that is far away from that operator, because communities are, I actually wrote it in the community, communities get propagated across the whole internet. I could understand how an operator hundreds of kilometers away or even thousands of kilometers away have validated that prefix. Now, this can be useful. Maybe I can think of usefulness in this. But there is also a drawback to it. What happens if one of these operators loses all of the RPKI validators they have? So there's about 300,000 routes that would change state, and thus bring 300,000 BGP updates to just change the fact that there is an additional community or the removal of the community. So we've seen this behavior, and it happened about a year ago, where we heard it first, actually March last year, and we decided to do some investigations. So we figured out that there is outdated documentation. There is one book from Juniper that gives the recommendation to tag with communities all your RPKI validation state. The same book still recommends using the RIPE-NCC RPKI validator, which was abandoned more than 3 years ago. The good thing is that last week I was able to talk to, actually, a very good friend of mine is the author of the book. So I talked to him and promised I would help updating that book. So this is one part where there is work already being done to fix this problem. But it is difficult to signal BGP validation state in RPKI. So I started looking, this is my initial list of targets. Can I see these communities somewhere in BGP updates across the world? So there's one of them that I signed that I was hoping not to see, the invalid, which mean if I were to see it somewhere on the internet, it would mean that someone was propagating invalid routes, but luckily I didn't see any of that. And you can see that I took one rib dump from the 27th of October 2023 at 10 in the evening, and I looked at what I could see. Do I see any tags of this in route views or even in, I tried also the same in RIS, and I did see that. I didn't see anything from 1299. That is one example that I'm giving you, route views 3, that's one route collector. But if I moved to route views 6, I would actually see entries from 1299. So we established something. We do see these communities in the wild. So what's the next step? The next step was, okay, since we see them, how many updates in BGP carry these communities on a daily basis? So I took a period of 24 hours and I connected to RIPE-RIS. I used RIS Live, wrote a script that whenever it would see one of these communities would increase a counter, and then every hour I would dump this data. So how many do we see, and how much is the percentage compared to the total BGP updates we see on the internet on a daily basis? And you can see that there is always a margin, a low margin. It's about 10 to 16, 17% of BGP updates that come from 2 operators in the world that carry these specific communities. This is for IPv6, and we can see similar trend for IPv4. So at this point we've established, we see these communities in BGP updates. Now, the next step was to set up a test prefix. I'm lucky enough to have a spare /29 IPv6. So what I did was I built a script that at the same time would update the ROA, create it, and delete it. So my BGP validation state would change every 6 hours, and then check every single BGP update seen by RIPE-RIS for that specific prefix. So what do I see in there? And actually, I did see that there are some operators that do, some more operators than the ones we initially saw, that actually do this tagging, and they explicitly tell everyone. I put an example that is Coloclu. Coloclu is a not-for-profit in the Netherlands, for geeks by geeks. So if you want to have your own server in a colocation, and you don't want to pay the normal colocation prices, you can go to Coloclu. And Coloclu is a team of people who work at different ISPs, different networks, or just enthusiasts, and Coloclu has Rackspace, a networking team, a co-location team, and Coloclu does this tagging of, there is an explanation here that says, well, with this, I think it's 102, I remember, because I can't read it actually on the screen. They tag if something has validated RPKI. So as you can see, anytime I would update my ROA, there were two messages, one for the one that contained that community and one that didn't contain it. So every time I changed my state, there would be at least a little bit of noise from Coloclu. And there were 3 or 4 other ISPs, other networks that I could see with a similar behavior. The difference between Coloclu and the others is that Coloclu has documented it, so I can tell you for sure why. Other networks don't have a clearly documented policy. So that is the issue when doing this kind of research, is that you depend on the documentation from the other side. But I can tell you for sure that there is a bunch of operators doing this tagging. So what is the problem here? The problem is that if everybody were to start doing the same, we would have a lot more noise in BGP. Consider that daily you have the creation or the deletion of a few hundred to thousands of ROAs, which then trickle down with this mechanism into BGP updates. And they create more load for your routers, they create more load for the global internet, and, well, energy consumption goes up, and so on and so on. So we do have a problem, and we also have a suggestion. So there is a BCOP draft, Best Current Operational Practice draft, that we have submitted to the ITF. You can go and have a look and check what it says. It basically says don't do that unless you have a really good reason for it. And this is basically it. Then I have some future work that I intend to do here. First of all, RIS Live, the basic software doesn't support large communities, so I couldn't look into that. Between when I wrote the so this presentation is based on an article I wrote for RIPE Labs. Between when I wrote the article and now, and I have actually built a very tiny BGP message parser so that I can look into large communities coming from RIS Live. So that will help. The problem is, as I said, this is all a manual effort, because you do see changes, you do see things that are related to your prefix changes, but you have to manually go and look for documentation in RPSL or on the operator's website and so on. So it requires a lot of time. And that is the biggest issue there. So with this, I'm finished, and I hope I gave you a positive message in a way. RPKI is good. Certain things related to RPKI, we're still learning about them. And this was good practice when people started with RPKI. Now that there are more and more ROAs, more and more operators doing validation, it's less likely to be nice. So thank you. Now I have questions.
Thank you, Max. Do we have questions?
Don't be shy.
If not, I have one for you. So what do you think is the reason that people are actually using that mechanism instead of something else?
I think, as I mentioned, one could be because just it was documented as a best practice. There is a book from Juniper that recommends it. Actually, the book, the PDF has been fixed. The website has been not fixed. So on the website, you still see all the recommendations. The second could be, if I am an operator and I am a transit for other networks, I could tell the other networks, okay, I'm doing your validation, and I'm telling you why. And then you can just see it in my communities. Although I fail to see the value for that, because if you're already filtering the invalids for me, I don't see what else this could bring. But there might be something I'm not considering right now about it. Thank you very much. In case.
So a quick announcement, we have the peering personnel next. So if you want to present your AS number, please send your slide to preso, P-R-E-S-O, @nog.net.za, and you can come up to stage. Yes, it's going to happen after every session. Great. Our next speaker is Ivan Potapov. Ivan, please come on stage. So a quick bio on Ivan. He has been a product manager at Curator Labs for over 7 years, working on the development of real-time BGP monitoring systems in collaboration with Curator, Radar team. And he began his career as R&D developer. He then transitioned into product management, focusing on creating monitoring solutions that serve community and large-scale enterprises. Thank you, Ivan.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It will my first speech in English. So I have paper backup. Okay. First slide. My name is Ivan Potapov. I work in the radar team of Curator Labs. One year ago, my colleague Eugene Bogomazov has talked about rolling out our RFC, which should to protect against road leak. This autumn, we rolled out a new website for the community and functionality of our site, which help network engineers with connectivity analysis. So, what are we going to talk about? Firstly, we'll review the approach to modeling the topology of the internet. Secondly, we will briefly talk about some popular services based on BGP data. After that, we will move on to the review of our site and talk about its improvement. So, when I speak about connectivity, I mean level 3 connectivity, IP connectivity. So, where can we get information about IP connectivity? Of course, the first option that comes to mind is looking glasses. Many large operators have these services, but looking glasses have routing information only from one observation points, only one routing table. However, there are BGP collectors. BGP collectors are storehouse of information about routing. How do they work? BGP collectors collect routing tables from hundreds of routing tables in various countries. As a result, a significant data set are accumulated. Also, there are public BGP collectors and private ones. Example of public BGP collector is RIPE-NCC, European BGP collector, Road Views, and Packet Clearinghouse from America. Also, there are private ones like collector of Hurricane Electrics and like our Curator Radar collectors, etc. What should we do with this information after keeping? We can try to build information. We can try to build a model of the internet in a graph. How do we do this? First of all, we have to parse data about BGP updates from our collector. Usually, BGP updates keeps in MRT format, and we can extract from this format information about prefixes, information about ASPasses, information about communities, and from ASPasses we can extract origin autonomous system, and we can extract links between autonomous system. Next step is building a graph from these links. It will be a connectivity graph. After building the graph, we can try to mark internet networks topology. The topology represents IS relationship between autonomous system. When I speak about relationship, I mean provider to customer relationship, peer-to-peer relationship, or sibling relationship. Defining the relationship between different speakers is a mathematical problem. The methods for solving problem were formulated in the works of Gao and Rexford in 2001. Keeping data, storing and parse MRT dumps, building a graph, making a relationship can be challenging. But we are often need quick results to solve our problem. Fortunately, there are a few services that provide analytical information based on BGP data. Many of you probably already familiar with these services. It is RIPE-NCC widgets, Hurricane Electric website, BGP tools, and our service, Curator Radar. Each of them have pros and cons. For example, RIPE offers useful widgets, and one such widget is BGP Play, which provides great historical data about ASPass and about changing in routing. But widget has an intuitive interface and some delays in data, and making it unsuitable for quick investigation of connectivity incidents. Hurricane Electric also has a lot of information about BGP, but not also about BGP. Hurricane Electric has a lot of useful looking glass services on its routers. Also, it has good tools for tracing. Our system also one of BGP-based analytical system, and we provide service for community for around 10 years. And let me tell about our system. But before start, I would like to ask who already know about our service. Wow, nice to meet some hands. Thank you. And one another thing is QR codes. I will provide QR codes, and you can see the page when I show you. Just scan and go. First thing, it is our connectivity graph. Our graph represents information about the propagation of prefix from origin AS to the target ASs. And what new information can we add for this graph? We can overlay each link from ASPass with our relationship, because we have our own autonomous system relationship model. And we have a colored relationship between autonomous systems, and green is relationship from customer to provider. Orange is relationship between peerings, and blue is relationship from provider to customers. And sometimes pink happens if we don't know relationship between two autonomous systems, or it is a sibling relationship. If you would like to see propagation of prefix in your region, you can select your country near target autonomous system and see regional propagation. For example, you can see a propagation of your prefix in South Africa. Also, you can add your target autonomous system, and we will try to show as path from origin to your autonomous system. It looks like interactive multi-looking glass, but it depends from count of our observation point in a country, and sometimes our graph is empty. It happens because sometimes we haven't routes from observation points to origin autonomous system, which announce prefix. But here we can try to predict as path based on our historical data about BGP links and based on our relationship model. And we add a switcher, and we can switch, turn off switch, and predict the route. And again, it is not real route, it is predicted. Next thing is prefixes tab. We spoke about one propagation of one prefix. But usually autonomous systems have a lot of prefixes, and we need a tab for managing of these prefixes. And at the prefixes tab you can see information about H prefix which was announced by autonomous system. Also at this tab you can see history about prefix security object, a history about appear and disappear route object, appear, disappear RPKI row object. Also you can see history about appearing and disappearing announce, and you can export the data from this tab. Also, almost each autonomous system have BGP neighbors, and we have a special tab with BGP neighbors where you can see providers, customers, and peerings of your autonomous system. This slide shows an example of Cloudflare's client growth during the pandemic. Next thing is information about ping, about internet exchanges. Sorry. For many years, we did not provide information about traffic exchange points. However, last year, we began showing information from PingDB. PingDB is an open database containing information about networks, organization, traffic exchange point, and so on. I think all already familiar with this database, and we did a special tab with information about traffic exchanges where your autonomous system is present. It is a simple tab. Next tab will be more interesting. It is a peering tab. At this tab we added a new column about common with common I-axis. And this column presents information about I-axis where both speakers are present. How do we do this? We take a peer-to-peer link between two speakers' ISs. For each speakers, we determine the presence of the internet exchange according to PingDB. If both are on the same IX and the IX name to our common IX list. Okay, but I must repeat that this data based only on peering DB data, and presence on IX does not mean that there is traffic. Next thing, it is about about network planning. Let's imagine then you are owner of a large network, and you want to grow your business, and to do this you have to expand your network. The question arises, where to place new point of presence? How do we approach to this? We can measure delays. For example, we can use RIPE Atlas probes and identify the countries with where these delays are at maximum. Also, a number of potential users of our service is important. And for example, let's choose India and say we don't know anything about this country, but we are planning a new connection with the best providers in this country. And the question then arises, who is the best provider in this market? Without fundamental knowledge, the task may seem complicated. I mean knowledge based on BGP data. And what approaches are possible to solve this problem? For example, you can try to build a rating and consider the top of autonomous system from this rating. But there is one problem. The providers may be from desired country, while its client could be from another country. Because we aim to reach as many local providers as possible, we need to separate apple from oranges or flies from food. And recognizing this, last year we launched a new ratings category known as regional ratings, where we recalculated global metrics to regional metrics. And now we have metrics like the average number of hops, the count of local providers, count of local customers, the size of local customers con, etc. And so now we have separated ratings for each country. How do you use it? For using this, we developed a special service that helps you understand the ISP market in the selected country, and you can just select metrics, after that select country, filter non-local players, and after that you will see the list of candidates to connecting the list of best autonomous system by these metrics. Also, we have a lot of another updates, not relates with connectivity. Also, we have some new services, and we can discuss them afterwards if you want. Also, we have a Twitter channel, and in this Twitter channel we published information about global BGP incidents like hijack, like root leaks. For example, yesterday was global incidents. And that's all, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Do we have questions?
Please speak slowly. I have language barrier.
Hi, Nishal Gobardhan, Packet Clearinghouse. I'm curious about your method for collection, the data collection methods. Are you receiving these via multi-hop external BGP sessions? Do you have a pop in South Africa?
Repeat please.
Point of presence. Sorry, I shouldn't say.
Are you doing multi-hop for
BGP?
Yes, of course. Every owner of autonomous system can do multi-hop with our peering collector, and we have instruction for doing this. I can send you.
And so to be clear, you currently collect data out of South Africa.
Okay.
You have
yes, we already have BGP multi-hop session with some providers in South Africa, and we collect this data in our collector. I understand you? No?
Yeah, that's kind of the start where I'm going. I'm worried that this is going to turn into a lightning talk at the microphone. I'm curious about, what's your collection methodology? Do you just reach out to the 3 largest operators in the region and say, hey, ISP 1, 2, and 3 in South Africa, can I get external BGP from you? Do you actively source collection points at things like internet exchanges? Do you reach out to, because that didn't come across clearly to me.
If you spoke about collection methodology, you mean what do you mean? You mean what target autonomous system where which I show on the slide? We have ratings of biggest autonomous system for each country, and when I show graph of propagation, we stopped showing graph on the biggest internet service providers from South Africa based on our rating. And if we have a session with one of these providers or its customer, we will have route to target prefix.
I'm curious because obviously that gives you a nuanced view of the story from BGP. Other mechanisms for data collection, for example, are operators or route collection agencies that attach themselves to internet exchanges where you can get data directly off a peer off an internet exchange, right?
About internet exchanges, it's good.
And there's multiple advantages from that because, for example, if you're looking at things like who's propagating invalids, both of the exchange operators in South Africa reject invalids, RPKI invalids. So you wouldn't see that necessarily. There are some operators that are more clueful than others that reject invalids. So I'm just curious as to how you collect your data, but I won't keep you here. I'll catch you in the corridor and we can talk more there. Thank you.
Okay.
Alan?
Hi, my name's Alan Levine. I met Ivan at one of the NOGs in the last few years, and he's probably collecting some data via our routers. And Nishal, I'm so sorry, yes, I should have introduced him to you so he could get data from one of the ink servers better than getting from a small network like Vanilla. But your point is well made. I think that, by the way, out of it, what we've got is I get emails from QRadar that tells me a lot of fascinating information. The ones that I find most interesting is when our routes get leaked in some strange country. You know, when your AS is in a route leak and it's some ISP in Argentina that's got 25,000 route leaks and it's leaking out your routes there. I'm always fascinated in that. I'm waiting for one of the customers to phone up and complain that they can't reach some site in Argentina, and we can actually give them the answer straight away. Thank you very much, Ivan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Hi, everybody. Let's wait for the slide to come up. I won't wait. My name is Nishal Govardhan. I'm an internet analyst at Packet Clearinghouse. Make of that what you'd like. We peer at many internet exchanges. We're up at 296, I think, this week. If you are a peer at an internet exchange point, we would love to peer with you. We would love to see the routes that you're peering at the exchange. We collect and make that available to researchers for, well, research purposes. We also run the world's largest DNS network that you've never ever heard of, because we're a back-end DNS network. We provide anycast services for roughly 2/3 of the planet, and if the slide was up, you would see that. So we would love to peer with you. Peering with us will help make your DNS faster, better, safer, and all the other nice things. That's AS42 and AS3856, which apparently still doesn't want to be shown. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Faith and I'm here representing ZA. As you may know, we are a 100% community-driven internet exchange point in South Africa. And if you already aren't peering with us, this is your chance to please come fix this. Please come and find me or one of my other colleagues, Donald or Nichelle, as we would love to have you be part of our peering fabric. Just a little bit more about ZA. ZA is the only OIX1 certified internet exchange point in our region. And yes, you can be sure, we worked very hard to maintain our neutralism and fantastic uptime. In 2024, we will be adding entity JOH1, and it connects to our available sites, and perhaps 2 more sites, and that's depending. So I'd love to have a chat with you in the corridors so we can chat a little bit on how we can make your peering experience better. Thank you.
Network platforms, anyone? Not in the room? Yeah, thank you very much. So, should we break for lunch now? Yes. It's time for lunch. Thank you, everyone. An hour and a half, right? At 2:30. Yes. You should all be back here at 2:30. Thank you.
Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If I can please ask for some assistance for the back doors to be closed, just so we have some silence while people talk. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a delicious lunch. And also welcome to our online attendees. Thank you for joining. So our next topic is crucial for optimizing it. Listen to me. Is crucial for optimizing internet network stability. It's all about leveraging the right tools that allows network administrators and engineers to gain insights into network behavior. Everyone makes mistakes, right? So these tools are used to identify potential issues and are there to make more informed decisions. I would like to invite up Max Stuckey, who will be talking to us about monitoring BGP and leveraging the proper tools to better understand routing. Thank you.
Is it? Yeah, okay, now it's working. Hello everyone, I'm back on stage with a slightly different topic. If you followed my presentation earlier, I've already mentioned a couple of the tools, and I think I need to say something else before the slides are going to appear. As a disclaimer, so I've put up together a small list of tools that are useful for day-to-day monitoring, day-to-day, like for checking if you've made any mistakes in BGP. I might have left out something that you maybe use every day, and I would be happy to get to hear about it. Maybe you can come to the microphone at the end and mention if there's any tool I left out, anything that you think would be interesting to add to this presentation. So maybe we can maybe make it in long term a more crowdsourced presentation about what's available there. I think I will skip. I think this doesn't work. Here we go. Okay, I will skip the part where, who am I? Yeah, I can see them here. I can see everything here. Again, if you want to know why I'm the owner of the ZANOG Discuss Telegram group, feel free to approach me. It can be a very nice discussion starter for the breaks. But let's get directly into it. Why do you want to monitor things? You want to monitor because you want to understand what's happening around you. It's not only you, it's also how other networks watch or reach your network. Now let's see, there aren't that many people in the room. So let's see, can you raise your hand if you've used a looking glass in the last month or so? Wow, that's a very good number. Okay, so I left out looking glasses from this presentation because I gave them for granted, and that was a good choice. So you want to monitor the correctness of BGP. You want to monitor how your networks are seen by others. You can do it manually. You can use a looking glass, and many of you do. But then what if you had something that could do it for you and send alerts, tell you that there is something going on, tell you that there is something to improve. So, for example, I discovered recently that we forgot to turn off an announcement for one of my prefixes in a special location. And I Wasn't sure about that. So monitoring really helps in all this. So before we start with going deep into BGP, I would take a step back. How are your route and Route 6 objects? And for that, there is IRR Explorer. So how many of you have heard about IRR Explorer before? That's way less than people who have used looking glasses in the last month or so. That's good. So IRR Explorer gives you an insight into, so you have your AS number or you have a prefix. How does it look like in the IRR? But not only in your regional registries IRR, but anywhere in the world. So you can see also in which AS sets your ASN is in, and it's useful to also figure out if you forgot to update that. You might have, there is a related work that I've done in the last couple of years. How many networks have objects in different databases for the same network? So imagine if I look into RADB and I see network ABCD has an origin of, I don't know, a certain AS number, and then I look into the Afrinic database and I have a different origin for the same network. Which one do I trust? Which one should I look at? And IRR Explorer helps you look at this data, see this is my report for my AS number, and it tells me that everything is okay except for there is a prefix that were supposed to be originated by another network, 143083 anyway, and that is not good right now. That is actually fine. It was a prefix that I delegated to another organization, and that is good. I know that's legitimate. But imagine you look at this and you have a situation where you discover that some of your prefixes don't have the correct route or Route 6 objects. That could be a potential issue in the long run. Yeah, being included in different AS sets is also an issue in the long run. You see that here there's an overview. For example, my ASN is part of an AS set in APNIC. That's the ISOCLAB AS set, because I used to run that. In RADB, I'm part of the Hurricane Electric AS set, and who is not part of that AS set. But then in RIPE, I'm part of different AS sets for the different exchanges where I appear with my ASN, and for different other organizations. So IRR Explorer, I would consider it the entry point where you start looking at how is your health regarding route objects, but what your routing should look like if everything was done properly. Then the next step would be to use BGP Alerter. BGP Alerter is a tool for monitoring BGP and RPKI, so both of them in one go. It's open source. You can find it on GitHub, so whenever something goes wrong, you also know about it before others do. There's a lot that the BGP Alerter does. And as I said, it's very easy to install and run. When you just do a wget, you get the executable, so like me. So where does BGP Alerter get most of its data? There's RIPE-RIS. RIPE-RIS, it's a global network run by the RIPE NCC of route collectors. There's about 25 of them. Different parts of the world, different exchanges, different colocation facilities. Some of them accept multi-hop BGP sessions. Some others are just tied to the local exchange. You can request to set up a BGP session with it, so you can see then directly what you're announcing to them. Data is available to everyone for free. So you can get an MRT dump, you can get live data. That's what BGP Alerter uses. and you can find more information at risk.ripe.net. Keep in mind, if you go and ask for peering, they might deny that because at the moment they're trying to figure out, they're trying to get to understand more of what to do with their data. They collect a lot of data, and adding peers in certain locations sometimes doesn't add a value to the data because they already have too much. So don't feel offended in that case. But you can use it as RIS Live. If you followed my presentation earlier today, the system I used was RIS Live for figuring out if the announcements for my prefix changed over time when I changed my ROAS. RIS Live is very useful. You can subscribe to certain type of messages, and you get data that is already pre-chewed for you. So the next stop, the prefixes included in the message and everything, and then you also get the BGP message encoded in it. And why did I just mention this? Because the limitations of RIS Live is that since they try to keep the messages smaller and short, because they send you a lot of them, they decided to just not implement certain functionalities so far. So you will find out that, for example, in the plain message you get, you don't get large communities. If you want to check large communities, you have to look into the BGP message that's attached into the message you get from RIS. So you will need a parser. You will need to first look into it. If you want a suggestion, and again, if you watched my presentation earlier, I took the effort at one point to say, okay, I need to do this, and I'm pretty sure that there are BGP message parsers out there, but I want to spend a couple of days maybe writing my own. And while I did it, I learned a real lot about how BGP works. I learned a lot more by reading the RFCs, following them, checking the data in the RFCs, and figuring out how things actually work under the hood. So if you work with BGP day in and day out, I would suggest you go and have a look at implementing maybe a very simple BGP message parser. I can provide a list of RFCs to look at, because then the search time is much lower, and that can help. So who else? This doesn't work now. Okay. So who else uses data from RIS Live and the data from RIS? Hurricane Electric. Hurricane Electric has been for years the most well-known source for anything BGP. I remember people quoting it maybe 15 years ago. It still is a very useful resource. You can find out about anything, an ASN's customer cone, its transits, the networks. There is RPKI validation state, the internet exchanges where that network is supposed to be peering, and so on. It's a very valuable resource. But there are also alternatives nowadays. And one of them is BGP.tools. BGP.tools, the image is good where it is. No, it's good. It was. So it's the same as Hurricane Electric, although never quote me by saying that. The concept is the same, but more features are in near real time. And you have a free tier, and you also can pay to get additional services. So you can get notifications when your routing status changes. You can get other additional services, including a remote looking glass, for example. I've seen people who have moved to having a looking glass run by BGP tools. there are certain niche information you can find on BGP tools. For example, the vendor of the device connected to a specific internet exchange, because by looking at the looking glass of or by looking at the neighbor, so the ARP cache, and looking at the MAC address of the device, care about. I'm not at the level of Rust that I would use BGP-Kit directly. There is the good old BGP stream as well, but it appears as it is unmaintained. There are issues if you want to install the Python PyBGP stream, as it doesn't install on recent versions of Python. My experience has been to move at that point to BGP-Kit for that reason. Then a few last words. Monitor everything. Monitor as much as you can. If you don't see something that's happening, you cannot act. You cannot do anything if you don't know there's an issue. And the more we all monitor, the more we will understand about where the issues are. People tell me there is, well, BGP has been there for a long time and everything's fine. There are other things that we still haven't figured out completely. One particular function of BGP Alerter, for example, is to also monitor the RPKI trust anchors. Those are the repositories where you fetch all your data for RPKI. If one of them goes offline, it's not a big deal. All the prefixes covered by ROAs in that database, in that RIR, they will become not found in ROA validation, but that might have an impact on your routing because you send a bunch of BGP updates all in one go, and that might show up in your other monitoring systems where the load on your routers goes up and you have other issues. So having something that also monitors the source of your data can have good implications for you to understand what's happening in the rest of your network. One recommendation that I put as last is manage your notifications. Too many notifications is like none. If you have to dig through what you got to figure out what's happening, then there is a problem somewhere. So make sure you figure out how to reduce the number of notifications to the ones you care about, and then make sure you read them, because then you understand what's happening in your network. And I'm open to questions with this now. So I see no questions. I guess either everyone is bored or being after lunch, you're all still digesting. Well, no question.
Thanks, Max. Next up, I would like to invite Sander Stefan. We will be touching base on the topic automation versus change management. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to change a bit about automation. And this is based on a project I did with a customer a couple of years ago, and the problems that I ran into because I didn't fully think about the consequences of what automation meant for them and for the people who work there and to their workflow. So I hope I can help you with this so you can make fewer mistakes than I did. Yep. So that's me. I'm from the Netherlands. Started working in the internet industry in '95, starting a small ISP. You know, some modem banks and a small Cisco 2500 router, and the good old days like that. Got a master in computer science. Was the RIPE address policy working group chair for about 11 years. Also one of the founders of the IPv6 Foundation in the Netherlands. Currently one of the founders and board members of the Global NOG Alliance, where we help NOGs and do free web hosting and event management software and whatever we can, basically. Working for SixConnect as a senior engineer, doing everything from helping with software development to automation to you name it. And I'm currently also an NRO NC, which is also the ASO AC, to give two different names to the same thing, member. And that is like an ICANN function where we're actually working on the successor to ICP2, like how to set up an RAR and how to maintain it and stuff like that. So as you can see, I've been doing a lot of different things over the years. So this is the basic advice I give people when we're talking about automation. You don't need to do everything all at once. But it can be really useful to make basic things consistent, like make sure all the host names are set correctly, DNS settings are correct, you use the right radius or LDAP server, like all the basic small things that you just want the same everywhere. Those are really easy targets for automation. So that's usually how it starts. So you have a couple of routers, you make a little playbook to apply some templates, you run the playbook, all the routers get updated, so if you change an IP address of your DNS server, you run Ansible and all your router configurations are updated. So easy, quick success. But then you go a bit further, like, okay, maybe we also configure OSPF and BGP, and of course we're doing prefix lists and filtering, and we start doing ACLs for certain things, for management interfaces, for customers, and your Ansible playbook grows and grows and becomes more encompassing, like everything, not just the basic defaults, but actually it becomes part of your operations workflow. And then, of course, you need to get operations data. So Netbox, Nautobot is a very commonly used tool to store hosts, routers, interfaces, patch cables, everything like that. Peering Manager for BGP sessions and filtering. You may have some internal systems where you pull some data from. And of course, this all goes into Ansible, and Ansible collects it, runs all the different playbooks, and your systems get updated. Really nice, really cool. But at that point, you start running into challenges. Because by now, your playbooks have grown so much, a lot of is going on. So maybe you only want to update the BGP pairs, but not the rest yet, because that's still a different project that's still in progress. So you could break down your playbooks and make smaller playbooks, one for this bit of the config, one for that bit of the config, but then you get things spread out all over the place. Or you can use one big playbook but give tags, or you can say like, okay, run this playbook, but only the BGP bit. I did that for a while. But you also are pulling in all this data from Netbox, Peering Manager, and other sources. What about if while you are running it, your colleague is making changes? Like if you're pulling in the live data, suddenly, if you don't coordinate it properly, then you're already deploying changes that aren't ready yet. So maybe you can break the network like that because they already updated one side but, of a link, but not the other side, so suddenly you're pushing bad configuration. And I've run into that, and the colleague was like, oh yeah, hold on, running Ansible for a bit, I'm still busy, you can run it tomorrow. Well, in a small team, you might get away with that, but you get all these coordination problems, and people become really unhappy. So when you get a situation like this, where you're pulling data from live data from Netbox, like, are you really sure you still know what's going on? Like for projects where I'm the only main admin, it's fine. I update Netbox, I run Ansible, that's okay. But when you start working in a bigger team, especially when that team is like 10, 20 people large, people are working on different projects in different parts of the network. You really don't know what everybody else is doing, and the chances of accidentally pushing a bad config suddenly become much larger. So that's like undoing the whole benefit of automation. Like, you want automation to have everything nice and consistent and predictable. At this point, I was like, yeah, I have no idea what exactly is happening. As long as I stay in control and I tell other people to back off, then I can keep it under control. But the moment people start using this every day in their normal work, it becomes a mess. Now, the colleague I upset the most when I was doing this was the change manager. Because their job was, they got tickets of changes that need to be made to the network, and they would go like, right, so one person is updating this cluster over there, while the other one is working on that fiber optic or backbone, and he just was looking where everything was changing to make sure that you wouldn't accidentally like have one person working on a primary link while the other person was bringing the backup link down. You know, that's way too much risk. So their job was to make sure that all these changes could be done safely. But now we have this automation, and automation is basically, pull all the stuff from Netbox and deploy it to the routers. But what exactly changed in Netbox? You know, do we actually know if we're in the maintenance window at 3 a.m. in the morning, we're going to run Ansible? Can we predict what's going to happen? And the answer was no. And for the change manager, it was like, basically he was getting 20 tickets that said, oh, I'm going to run Ansible at 3 in the morning. Is that okay? No idea. So this became a problem, and it was actually so bad that I presented I was really proud. I built my automation system, and we had, this was actually for a new Juniper-based core network. We were building all the configs, and I was really proud showing them, like, see, you just go to Netbox, you change the core links, and it will automatically provision everything for you. So, awesome. And then the change manager was, I hate it. Like, this is total crap. I was like, whoa, you know, I was being really proud that I built this cool system, but then he explained these problems to me, and I was like, yeah, it kind of assumes that your data sources are correct and that nobody accidentally made a mistake somewhere, and that's not realistic. So this is basically what it looked like Netbox, Naudobot, Peering Manager, they're all feeding data straight into Ansible, and then Ansible is deploying that configuration everywhere. So somebody makes a mistake, puts some bad data in, and suddenly you run Ansible and your whole network goes down because there is a stupid conflict somewhere. Like, this luckily didn't happen in my case, but it can happen. So yeah, garbage in is garbage out. If somebody makes a typo, you have a problem. And of course, for a big production network, this is just not acceptable. So went back to the change manager and discussed with them what their job was and what they wanted from it. And the main thing is he can't approve changes when the changes are in flux, when they're coming from live databases. So we needed a system to make a snapshot. We were like, okay, we're going to apply these changes at this point in time, and we needed to be able to predict what effect a change would have. So, like I said, one thing was, when I was just doing it by myself, I was just like, okay, everybody, I'm going to do maintenance tonight. Everybody leave the system alone so it doesn't end up in a weird state. Didn't work. So what I did was add an extra step. So instead of pulling the data into the Ansible playbooks runtime, I actually wrote a script that extracted the data from all the different systems, put them in YAML files, and YAML is the file format that Ansible uses as its source, and then told Ansible to use those files instead of live data. You can actually use Ansible to create YAML. So basically I split the work in two. I had one Ansible playbook that would pull all the data and export it as YAML, and another Ansible playbook that would then take that YAML input and deploy it to the network. To make it easier, I wrote a little plugin so people who were working in Netbox could go like, right, I made some changes, send, and then it would automatically create the export and put it in Git. So we use GitLab, but you can use other systems as well. So what happened is they changed something in Netbox, they created an export in GitLab, it created a new branch, and GitLab has a nice merge request feature where you can see like the old version and the new version side by side. You can see what's changing, and that was already a massive improvement for the change manager, because things didn't just change; they were in a separate branch. He could view a diff, he could see the changes, and then say, okay, this is allowed to be merged. That one is not ready yet. Like this change can happen tonight. That change can happen tomorrow night. So by putting in that extra step, it was a bit more work, but because the workflow got longer, but it gave so much more insight into what was happening that suddenly the team was happy to use the automation. You know, what good is a tool if nobody wants to use it? So this is how it went. Like I said, change manager approves it. When it's okay, you merge the change into the main or trunk or whatever you call it. But you also have the advantage that if things go wrong, you can actually undo that merge and go like, okay, deploy the old configuration. Because if you have the same input data, then you also should get the same output data. So at that point, you not only have a verifiable change that you can approve and run when convenient, but you also have a backup. So this way made it a lot easier. And just doing it this way meant that instead of like, it used to be their tickets would have like a list like, we're going to execute these commands at 3 a.m. So somebody would open up their terminal, log into the router, hopefully the right one, sometimes it was the wrong one, copy paste the commands into the router, see if there was an error, do some checks, roll it back. But this was all at 3 a.m. when they just had been sleeping, so not clear-headed. So there was always a risk. Now with this workflow, the change got approved. The only thing the engineer needed to do at 3 a.m. Was actually merge the configuration into the main set and run Ansible, and Ansible would do all the typing for them. And if the Ansible scripts were well written and well tested, most importantly, then you actually had a much smaller risk in the maintenance windows at night. So this worked. Now, of course, I like to play with things, so this wasn't enough for me. I actually went further. So there's a couple of things that still cause issues. Like if you have multiple changes queued up, then it's gonna look weird because you apply one change, but the other change is still referencing the old state. So what you need to do is you need to rebase it. Like we now want to apply this change to the new state. Well, of course, I wrote a script for that to do it automatically. This is called in GitLab, you have CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment, which basically means you can run scripts and run tasks whenever things happen to your Git repository. So it's like, okay, when somebody makes a merge, then all the other changes are now based on the new version instead of the old version. When somebody actually does the merge, so you got the change approved, you click the merge button, it would actually automatically run Ansible. So the moment you click merge in the GitLab interface, you just saw a window open and it was just doing the changes in the background, so you didn't even need to do that manually. What we also did, and this was really easy because it was a Juniper, in Juniper you can push a new configuration, but then not commit it. So in a Cisco, when you're old-style Cisco iOS, every time you type a configuration command, it applies instantly. So, but in Juniper, you can give it a whole new config, and then just say, show me the changes. So instead of looking at the source data that we're putting into it, we could actually see the resulting changes on the other end. So, and I wrote a little script for that, so that it would actually, when somebody created a merge request, it would generate the new configs, push the new configs to the Juniper, do a show diff to see all the resulting changes, then not commit them, don't apply them, just use it as a syntax check and to get the changes, and then the output from the router would be appended to the merge request. So you could actually see this is the input data that changed, this is the output configuration changes that will happen because of this, and then the moment you click merge, you knew exactly what was going to change. And I built that whole set, and for everybody, this is one of those custom things. It's not a project you can open source because everybody's workflow is different and companies have different team compositions and requirements. But I found out that this worked really well. It became so easy to just queue up some changes, tell somebody to run them at 3 in the morning. Could have possibly been a cron job if I really wanted to. Another thing I did was I did a nightly Ansible run that checked for certain things that we didn't want, because obviously people sometimes spot an error and go in and quickly fix it manually, but then you start automating things, but with all the manual changes it still becomes a mess. So you can also then have recurring tasks that check if anybody made any manual changes and send them an email saying, hey, what are you doing here? So before I go to the next one, the main thing here was that the change manager felt in control again, but also the rest of the network engineers. One of the problems I ran into was that they were like, yeah, but we only get to put something in Netbox and click a button, the value I feel from doing my job is diminished. I don't have any autonomy, somebody writes the templates and I just get to execute them, while before I had enable access on a router and I could do stuff. So this is another thing that is a cultural change and not so much a technical change. In the end, we sold it to the engineers saying yes, all the boring stuff that we can automate is now automated, so you have more time to spend on interesting work. And in the end, they accepted that. But when you're doing automation, you're changing the roles of people in your team. And that bit is much more difficult than writing an Ansible script. So, yeah, this is the workflow where we ended up with. We have data, which get put in GitLab. The green person is the change manager who will then approve it. And only when it's approved will it be used by Ansible to deploy to the routers. And this worked remarkably well. So, Ansible bits, the configuration, that's the easy bit. The workflow is where I see most automation projects fail. Now, it's definitely worth it. Like I said, no more midnight typos. People start to use it to know what's happening when. So in the end, people have more visibility and they feel more confident. But it's definitely a process, and yeah, don't underestimate it. Really talk to your team, see which roles are affected and how you can make sure those people still feel in control. Questions? Ooh, Nishal is walking to the microphone. Now I'm scared. Hello.
Hello, my name's Alan. I'm from AS 37199. Can you give us some examples of what goes wrong? When you've taken the network down, what mistakes did you make? Can you share that with us so we don't make the same mistake?
Of course. So I was lucky because this customer was switching from Cisco to Juniper, and we actually had some DWDM wavelengths we weren't using. So we were building this in parallel to the production network. So I was quite safe. But yeah, things that went wrong is, for example, we use the data in Netbox to generate descriptions. Like in Netbox, you see which interface on this side is connected to which interface on that side. So we would we would use that for the description. So the interface would automatically get the description like this interface goes over there. If it had data on which path it took, it even included that in the description. It would also check the OSPF areas based on certain tags. It would do BGP configurations. And what happened is that somebody was in the middle of a change. So something used to be a customer port, but was now becoming a backend port. And they already reconfigured the core router, but they hadn't changed the information in Netbox about the other side of the link. So suddenly the OSPF areas didn't match, and the BGP settings didn't match, and stuff started breaking down all over the place.
Sorry, follow-up question. You mentioned Netbox there. Sorry, can I leave the mic on now? I think just for questions. You mentioned Netbox. We have used Netbox because we thought we had to type in everything manually. Do you have scripts to get things into Netbox and out of Netbox as well?
Of course, I wrote some custom stuff, but yeah, no, it's. I was actually for a while I was a Netbox core dev. I actually helped on the core team there until I had a big falling out with the main developer, and there's another fork of Netbox called Nautobot. They actually build better onboarding tools, so you can have a look at those, because the Nautobot.
Spell it?
N-A-U. Can I have the slides back? It's on the slides somewhere.
Nauto, N-A-U-T-O.
Yeah. So, but yeah, because the main developer of Netbox refused to write such tools, because he was like, no, my system is the source of information. You're not importing any crap into it. That was a conscious choice back in the day. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll leave the ranting until the beer.
Hi, Graham from the internet. Alan actually stole most of my question. In a scenario where you starting from scratch from a new network, building it up from nothing, it's very easy to document and to build up the documentation and work from there. When you've got an existing network and you're trying to get on that journey to automation, getting the true and clear view of what's actually going on seems to be a big problem. And yes, as you say, onboarding with Nautobot is fundamentally handled differently to Netbox. Have you got any other comments on how you get everything in at the beginning, particularly with a network that is still operationally running while you're trying to get up to speed with automation?
So yeah, the bit I developed this for was a new network, so that was easy. But they had, like, the data centers were full of Cisco 2950s, 2960s, you know, that era of hardware. And you could actually, when looking at the config, you could make a guess in which year it was configured. Because, you know, the standards moved, but they never went back to the old hardware to update them to the new standards. So like, oh, they configured it here in this way. Oh, so that's a newer switch then. So what we did is use the same system, especially when doing the diffs on the resulting config, because you put it in as the way you think it should be now, and your diff will actually show you, like, if you would run this is what's going to change. So even so you automate it, but you don't actually deploy it yet. You automate it, you compare what's being automated versus what's on the device. That gives you a list of all the old configs and legacy stuff and all the stuff that's out there. And then you have to go through that bit by bit to see, okay, this bit is actually a valid exception to the rule, so this bit we have to do something with. This is just old stuff that actually does need to be replaced by a modern config. So yeah, it's a lot of work, but you can do it incrementally, and you can automate just like, if you start with simple things like make sure the DNS settings are right, the host name is right, the ACLs, radius settings, all that kind of stuff. Even then you'll find lots of things where, for example, one of your radius servers is missing in the config on half the devices, and the other half is missing the other one. So, you know, there's going to be that kind of stuff, because if it's not automated, it's going to deviate. Like if you have a manual process that involves 50 steps, on average, my gut feeling is that everybody performs 48 of them, but there's always the two that are missing are in different places everywhere. So, you know, if you have a network that's been manually configured for a decade or more, there's going to be little bits and pieces everywhere. And yeah, you do have to go over that and clean that up. But if you automate the deployment, you can at least automate the validation and the checking. But yeah, it's a lot of work.
Hi, Nishal. No hats.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks. That was an interesting talk. I want to move this to the middle because I like it being in the middle. It seems to me, and I'm not an automation expert, that there's something missing here. Right? So you've got what you want the intended config to look like, but surely there should be something that you can test this against. Now, big network operators model their networks, and there are a lot of fantastic, very expensive modeling tools that you can use to do this that cost more than the wine farm that's next to us. But there are also some fantastic developments in newer modeling engines, pieces of software that we can use. I'm not familiar with it, but I know of Container Lab. Are there other such tools that you could suggest to folks that might be useful, and maybe fill that into the timeline that you've built for how to do things?
So there's a couple of them for simulation that are probably quite well known, but you have GNS3 is one of them, where you can drag and drop and build a network and run devices. Eve and G is another one where you can simulate it. And yes, what we actually did at this customer, we had 2 racks of test equipment, which was, of course, so we had like from every type of box, we had 1 or 2 in the lab. But that's, of course, never enough to simulate a whole network. So what we did is we would test all the automation on the physical boxes first. Then the next step would be we would actually test them connected to a virtual lab that emulated a bit more of the network. And after we tested all of that, then we would move it to production. And even then, probably deploy it against 1 or 2, saying deploy to everything and run it everywhere.
Okay, right,
so
thanks. That was going to be my next thing, which is why didn't you try it on one of these software, are there gotchas we should be aware of?
In this case, we used Juniper, so I used VMX, which is the virtual MX series router. We had 2 or 3 real MXs in the data center, and we would test against the combination of that before going to production.
Hi there, name's Joe. I was wondering if you could share more insight into the politics between Nautabot and this other one. I played with them for a little while, installed both, couldn't really work out what's happening. Then I think the one raised more funding, and I was just very confused. My use case was actually a DNS automation, so if you have any insights there.
Yeah, that's an area I haven't done a lot of automation in, so I can't help you there. What I did do with Ansible is just generate config files. I mean, Ansible is really good. You give it a template, and it just merges the data into a text file. And then once the text file is generated, you just run a bind reload or NSD reload or unbound reload or whatever you're doing. So at that point, you're just generating text files, and that can apply to a lot of tasks. No, the thing that why I left Netbox, I'll keep it to my own part of it, is that at this ISP we were doing a lot of DWDM. So I actually wanted to be able to trace from an interface, like from that interface, the cable goes to this patch panel, comes out at that patch panel, then goes into this MUX channel X, which is then on this circuit to this other building, where the DMUX splits it out again, goes through dispatch panels to that device. Like we're actually doing the full cable trace between buildings, between devices. And one thing that didn't work in Netbox is if there is a leased line circuit in your path, it would stop the trace there. But I was like, no, I know I'm on this wavelength on this circuit, but I also want to know where it comes out at the other end. So I built the logic for that code multiple times, and the main developer kept breaking it because he didn't consider it a valid use case. And at some point, after it got broken for I don't know how many times, I just gave up and I was like, I'm sorry, but you may not consider this a use case, but there are people relying on this. And his answer was, well, I never said it was a supported use case, so therefore I don't have to care about whether it works or not. I'm simplifying a lot here, but and I'm a bit grumpy about it, so I'm biased. Don't take my word for it. But that's kind of the interaction that went on. Like I had some things that I really wanted supported, and they were just not considered important enough for other developers. And when Nautobot split off, that was actually the old employer of the Netbox developer, and they split it off. The first thing they did was ask me for my changes so they could fix it in their version. So that's why I get along with them better. But again, special use case and very biased person speaking here.
I'm Rish from ISOC. Maybe a question for those who are still hesitating to go into automation. What advice would you give to balance between going into network automation and possibly keeping control on the existing? So is there, yeah?
So for existing networks, I would say start with the simple things and just expand from there. Depends on how uniform your operation is as well. Like if you have a small data center and lots of different customers with different requirements, at that point automate the basic things, but every customer configuration is going to be so different that if you want to build templates and processes and workflows for all of them, you're going to spend more time building your workflows than actually running them. So at that point, that's definitely not worth it. If you are looking at, for example, a core network where you really want to make sure that every core router follows a strict standard and is configured in the same way, that's a much better target for automation. And we even had the policy, like we would actually let Ansible just overwrite the whole config. Like it would ignore the current config, just put in the new config, and that was going to be the config. So if people wanted to make manual changes, within 24 hours those changes would be rolled back because Ansible would have overwritten them. And that was a feature, because we were like, the core net devices need to follow the specs. We don't want any surprises there. And we don't want any custom fiddling with settings on that end. Now on the side where the customers are connected, where you have lots of different use cases, lots of different things, obviously you need to allow for more flexibility in what people do on the routers. But yeah, that would be my balance. If you can have a part of the network that needs to be super stable, automate everything. If you have a part of the network where you just need security, those basics. Roughly. And I just saw a sign that I'm running out of time, so I guess it's time for me to go.
Thanks, Sander.
Very quick question, Donald Jolly. If I want to learn more about this, how would I go about that?
I completely forgot to mention that. So on Thursday, I'm running a tutorial on automation. I'm going to start real low level, like very, very basics of Ansible, because Ansible is what most people use these days. So it's going to be a very entry-level presentation. No prior skills except a little bit of Linux or BSD command line required. And then depending on who is attending and how it goes, we can move into more advanced concepts. But yeah, that's going to be on Thursday the whole day.
Sander. Before we move on to our next topic, this is just a reminder that if you are a peering network, an IXP or a data center, please to send your peering personal slides to prezo@nog.net.za. Next up, we have Jack Klutz, who will be covering the topic, A Brief History of the Internet's Biggest BGP Events. Stretching back to AS7007 leak of 1997, this talk covers the most notable and significant BGP incidents in the history of the Internet, from traffic disrupting leaks to recent crypto stealing hijacks. Using this historical perspective, we explore the questions like what progress has been made and what is the path to finally securing BGP. If I can welcome Jack Klutz to the stage. Thank you.
So, hi again, Jacques. I'm with Kentic as a solution engineer, and I'm going to present about the biggest incidents that we've seen on the internet. This is actual work from a colleague of mine. He used to be part of the BTEC group, and he wrote an extensive report about all the incidents that were seen in routing security. There's a blog published on Kentic's website, and it's also being translated in Spanish, but I don't think we have any Spanish people here. So let's go through that history of incidents, and why are those incidents problematic? You know, they cause disruptions, they cause services to be not available, just general pain from a lot of users of the internet. The other incident, the other problematic reason is misdirection of traffic, and that might even be more problematic, because that will give others the opportunity to inspect your traffic, to maybe see what you are doing, and maybe you were just doing a payment and they now have your payment details and stuff like that. So there's, you know, it has a big impact and has a big effect if that error or that issue with BGP has happened or is happening. So let's throw through that history. You know, there's a lot of types of incidents. There's a lot of type of the scale of the incidents could be large, and you know, we have the ones that we made the mistake in the configuration and we say, I should never have done this. But it could also be much more difficult to solve and to figure out what exactly happened. So until a few years ago, we could not do a lot about this as well, and that made it even harder to work against those incidents and to prevent those incidents to happen. So when we speak about disruptions, we often talk about leaks, routing leaks. But what is a routing leak? And we have a definition. There's an IETF RFC that, you know, goes into a lot of detail about that definition. But basically it drills down to that a routing leak is the propagation of a routing announcement beyond their intended scope. So somebody is announcing a prefix that should not be announced from that network, or is changing the AS path. So there's there's something in the middle that should not be there. And then we're talking about an origination leak or an adjacency leak. So the origination is a prefix should be advertised from the one network, but is advertised from another network. That's where the origination goes wrong. And the adjacency is when there's a network in the AS path that should not be there. So a couple of examples of those origin leaks and disruption due to leaks, some of the origin leaks. So the AS number that should originate the prefix is not the one that has been seen in the routing table. And that goes back to before I started working in this industry. It took me another 2 years before I came into this world. But in 1997, there was this first major disruption caused by a routing leak or a routing leak. There was a software bug that caused the router to originate a lot of the global routing table. And you know, you can imagine what happens then, that you know, when someone starts announcing all those prefixes with this AS number, all that traffic will be redirected, or at least if you are the preferred route on top of the other routes. And after that, a lot of other similar incidents happened. There's the Turk Telecom leak in 2004. China Telecom did a similar thing in 2010. Telecom Malaysia did a similar thing in 2015. And there's many, many more. And there's an extensive report, as said, written by Doug Midori, that goes into a lot of detail about these leaks. But they had one thing in common, and that was that they all used their own network ASN as the origin, so they were all attracting traffic to their network. Some of that was intentional, but also accidental. The Pakistan incident, where they tried to stop their citizens watching a particular YouTube video, and I'm not sure why it was a Dutchman, that posted that video, but at least the Pakistani government didn't want their citizens to watch that video. So they ordered Pakistan Telecom to block the traffic to YouTube. But what accidentally happened is that they created more specific routes. Those routes, they attracted traffic. But what accidentally happened is that those routes were advertised to their upstreams. So that caused not only their own citizens connected to Pakistan Telecom to prevent watching that video, but it caused a lot of other users wanting to reach YouTube to not being able to reach that, because routing is following the shortest path and the most specific prefix. So all that traffic was diverted to Pakistan Telecom, which basically rendered that YouTube was not able to, you were not able to reach YouTube in that case. And that happened more. It's not only that accident in Pakistan, but there's also for Twitter that happened a couple of times during the military coups in 2021 in Myanmar, 2022 when there was a Russian thing going on. But there was a slight difference, and that is that Twitter had set up RPKI, and we've been talking about RPKI before today, but they were able to mitigate the incident that was happening just by having set up RPKI. So we talked about a couple of examples for that origin leaks, and then there's the adjacency leaks, where people start ingesting their own network in the AS path, either on purpose to, intercept the traffic or by accident. So there was a leak in November 2018 where Main One passed a couple of routes to their transit providers. China Telecom carried those routes towards the internet, and Google and Cloudflare were among the disrupted networks. In that situation, there were prefixes announced with a path that is not the path that it should be. There was a network involved that should not carry that traffic. Similar thing in June 2019, where about 29,000 routes were leaked from one provider to another. And in this case, it was a route optimizer. An appliance that looks at your traffic and tries to optimize your connectivity, and was trying to optimize your connectivity by advertising a lot more specifics to steer the traffic in the way that it should be. But those prefixes got announced to the global internet, more specifics to the global internet, from a network that should not advertise those. So that network started to receive that traffic, rendering either that network impossible to reach, or any of the users being able to look at the traffic that was there. And Cloudflare was one that took the biggest hit for this one. But the origins were intact, so how do we stop this from happening? How can we make sure that your prefixes are being advertised over the correct AS path from the right origin? How do we do that? So in the media, it is said that the bridging gap protocol is hopeless. And this is how much people know about the internet. If you're on Sky News and people say and start explaining about outages, and they talk about BGP, and then they talk about the bridging gap protocol. I mean, I hope we're all we all understand what's going on here, and that the media sometimes is completely wrong. But anyways, it is BGP that we should look at. And are they right? Is it hopeless? Well, is it hopeless? Are we actually doing a better job? Are we making the same mistakes as ever? Did you ever, configured a routing policy that accidentally leaked a route, yes or no? You've been testing it, maybe you've been automating it, Sander. But has it ever happened to you? So what can we do against this? There are technologies nowadays. There's RPKI, which is, we're making progress there. Those origin leaks, we can prevent those by using RPKI. Set up those ROAs, do the validation, set up your routing policies, and we see in the overview that there's many of those. This one is taken from NIST, where we can actually see how it's evolving, how the deployment of RPKI is evolving, where we see more and more valids, the green line is going up, and less invalid and unknown routes. Sorry, we see less unknown routes in the routing table, so less routes that are not being covered by a ROA. So that's actually going in the right direction. And a lot of the major tier 1 networks nowadays have set up their routing policy. So is RPKI actually reducing the propagation of invalid routes? Yes, it is. If we look at this graph, I explained it this morning as well. These graphs show the propagation of routes seen from the vantage points from route views. So the more vantage points, so the further on the right in the graph, the more vantage points see a prefix, the further it is propagated. So we can see that the not founds and the valid prefixes, the validated prefixes, that is propagating far over the internet. A lot of the vantage points, almost all of the vantage points, see those prefixes. The invalids, the green graph, there you can actually see that the majority of the prefixes are on the lower end side of the graph. That means that not all the vantage points see those prefixes. So that means that the propagation of those prefixes actually doesn't go as far as the RPKI valids or the RPKI not found prefixes. So that's a good thing. We are taking care of that global routing infrastructure. But it's not just RPKI. There's a lot that we can do to make sure that those incidents that I was describing earlier, that those don't happen. General improvements in your routing hygiene, your documentation in the routing registries, IRR filters, awareness, like the talks that I'm doing, like the talks that have been here today, and there's manners. That's a document, or basically a way of working, a way of operating your network with a lot of common practices, best practices, definitions on how to set up routing, how to set up filtering. It's a document that has been working on for a long time. I know that ISOC started that a couple of years ago. And it's something that's being adopted by more and more networks. That framework of best practices is being adopted by more and more networks. And one good example, for instance, is China Telecom, when we saw those in the incidents earlier. So they are not leaking any routes anymore because of the fact that they joined Manus, so they adhere to all those common practices. Otherwise, you can't join that group of networks that, So it's not just RPKI. So I want things to become common knowledge. we have to make sure that the majority of traffic is directed to RPKI valid routes. And we have to be sure and we have to be aware of the fact that if there are invalid routes, that route propagation is cut in half. So we are doing a good job. We should continue this good job. But that global routing system can be manipulated, and there will always be ways to redirect the internet traffic. We've only been looking at the source of your advertisements, the source, the originating network, and the prefixes coming from that network. So those leaks where we see a network in the middle, there's a lot of documentation, there's a lot of research being done on the misdirection of those communication. So actually hijacks of traffic. There's documentation about those man-in-the-middle attacks, descriptions about attacks and the effects and the things that happened after the attacks, where financial institutions were hit, foreign ministries were hit, and stuff like that. So what do we do against that, instead of being only able to validate that announcement, whether or not it comes from the right origin? What happens when you have that man-in-the-middle attack? How do we stop that? Well, maybe first a good example of that. There is an attack that was there in 2022, Cellerbridge. It is an organization that does cryptocurrency services. You can change one crypto for the other, and they take care of that. And you don't want to be, you don't want to have that there's someone in the middle of that changing your wallet address, for example. So your currency is not being transferred to that other wallet in that other currency, but it's being stolen from you. So how do we stop that? Let's skip to that. Oh, we have an example here. Let's go back one slide. So that Cellerbridge, that service to convert between the cryptocurrency, what they basically did was that redirect of the attacker's wallet. So any currency that was being converted was being transferred to the attacker's wallet. So that, that's very profitable. But why was this successful? It was successful because a additional AS path was AS number was being added into the freely available OLTP, which is a routing registry that anyone can use. So they just updated that, added a new AS number. So from a routing perspective, from a routing registry perspective, this AS path was actually okay. This was correct, but that couldn't be seen. So looking at the graph for that traffic, where it looked like the traffic was originated by that Amazon ASN, but that should not be the case. So we can actually see that malicious route was there for a while, and the legit route wasn't there for a while. So they were very, very successful with this. And that because of injecting a different AS number in the path and being that man in the middle. Can we stop these with RPKI? Now, well, they had a ROA for the originating AS number, very liberal ROAs. They used max length, so everything was there. Some prefixes were not, some prefixes were in, some were not, but the most important ones were in there. So can we prevent this? Actually, no, because the origin wasn't the one that was changed. It was the AS path, and we need something else for the AS path. And there is work being done on BGP SEC, which is a different method to secure your AS, the BGP topology and the ASs that are advertising or leaking prefixes. So we should be able to do more. We must do more. We have our PKI. We're working on ASPA, where you can define your upstreams that are allowed to advertise your prefixes, so it doesn't look like a leak, because you just tell the system, well, this is a network that is allowed to advertise my prefixes. And there's BGP-SEC coming up, where we try to stop that man-in-the-middle attack. So we're moving the needle on routing security. Things are improving, but we're not there yet. We are halfway, and I hope that more and more people start working on this and start implementing the security measures that are out there, and start working on implementing the newer stuff that's coming up. So that's it, and I think there's time for questions.
Open up to the floor. Any questions? Thanks, Jack. Okay, just a bit of an agenda update. We have, up next, we have peering personals, and then we move to a tea break from 4 till 4:30. Thanks. I'm going to hand over to Don. We can call up the peering personals so long. Make your way up on the stage from the left to the right. Sorry. Don. Okay, if you can go to the AV desk, please. Thanks.
Walker. Come on.
No, you haven't. No, we got things tomorrow.
Okay.
You didn't see the slides.
No.
That's fine. We'll sort you out tomorrow.
Okay. What time should I be here?
Chat to me after.
Okay.
NAP Africa and Raxar. NAP Africa and Raxar, you here? Please come to the front. You're up, whoever you are. That's fine. Just that's it.
Hello. There we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Yolandi. I'm from NAP Africa. This is my slide. NAP Africa is an internet exchange point which is available in the Terraco Data Environments facilities. This is in Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban. Currently, we have over 640 networks connected and peaking at around 4.2 terabits of traffic. And if you guys want to chat to us, we are around this whole week. And you can, of course, reach out to us at napafrica@terraco or nap@terraco.co.za. That's it. Thanks.
Is Raxar here? Nope, but there you go, there are the details there. We're going to have peering personals tomorrow as well, so please send through your details so that we can slot you in tomorrow. That's it from me.
Thanks, Don. Okay. Let's take a break, and we'll see you back at 4:30. Thank you.
Hey, there we go. Come in, everybody. We're already 10 minutes late. This will go off your cocktail time. So, welcome to the next session. Okay, if somebody could please close the doors so we don't have too much noise in here, that would be great. So, I'm here to introduce... Who am I? Well, I'm Sander, but I'm not important. I'm just introducing other people. So, besides, I was just on stage. I hope you still remember me. I'll be introducing the speakers for this session. The first one is about cybersecurity, and apparently we're on a need-to-know basis because all they told me that his name is Andrew.
Now I'm really anonymous. Hi everybody, Andrew Dolgano. I work now in Nokia, dealing with data center related stuff, but worked for like 25 years in this business. 4 of those years with national security company, building network security stuff. That wasn't a Nokia. And as a result, I'm also talking about security when it comes to our Nokia gear and generally what happens to industry. So if I can get my slides on, I'm assuming they will show up here. Just a quick acknowledgement here to Craig Lobowitz, who heads our deep field business and technology, and a lot of stuff in that presentation is thanks to Craig. Well, I have a okay, so a quick one. Cybersecurity is a interesting topic. We all know the attacks come from the network. Predominantly, the network is this beautiful highway to attack us left and right. Attack us as individuals, attack businesses, attack infrastructure. But how we handle it, how we're making this big red disappear, really depends where you are. And there is really 4 types of organizations. You have your intelligence, highest level of government. Those are the really only guys who really do security. Everybody after, and that may be a shock because defense is in the next one, everybody after that really is about connectivity, and then how much security they do depends on really how much they care about the perception of security when the impact of an attack happens. Not that green doesn't show up. So, and it goes, from a really secure, then defense, government, critical infrastructure. Okay, we don't want this stuff to really be penetrated, to enterprise, who really, they care about shareholders more than they care about security. And then you and I, who pretend that we care about security, but really don't do much as individuals. So why we're gonna be talking about DDoS and how this evolves and what's happening and how bad this makes things? Because the DDoS is a massive traffic volume type of an attack, and a lot of the existing security things cannot keep up with the capacity of the pipes we're delivering. So you have to be able to remove as much as possible, as cheaply as possible. Otherwise, the very specialized things that are expensive cannot do their job. And the problems with DDoS are, and its growth and evolution, are multitude. First, IoT. If you look at your basic IoT device, very cheap, firmware never upgraded, so whatever you got is there. It's a beautiful mechanism to launch DDoS attacks. Anybody in this room, if you do not know how to do it, 15 minutes on internet and you can launch DDoS attacks. That's how easy it is. And now, thanks to our service providers, we really have nice pipes to launch a lot of those DDoS attacks. Because, before we had the ADSL, so whatever internet we all had, not much upstream, the more upstream you get, the more single fridge, single switch, smart this, smart that. Everything that's smart, you should think DDoS attacker, a phenomenal source of bot, yeah? And things get bad because the whole remote DDoS really became a weaponized. And we see it, and okay, here's just a few headlines, doesn't matter really which one you pick. The state-sponsored, and by state-sponsored it doesn't necessarily mean national, it also may mean organized crime, is attacking us constantly. There's thousands of attacks daily. Most of them we don't notice because they're not there really to attack us, they really kind of test. If we want to, can we attack you? So every now and then something happens and we're seeing results of attacks, but even those are just tests. Those are not really attacks. So coming from a space, again from the national security, I can tell you pretty reliably those are just tests. So, but what's going to happen when they're going to become real attacks? Again, we need to kind of figure out how we're going to be protecting internet and infrastructure from those. And the botnets are pretty much becoming the dominant part of how we generate. Taking aside that with number of devices, you can buy a lot of those very cheaply. You can go, you can attack. If you don't like me, you can buy, if you know my IP addresses on some devices, you can do an attack against me for $. For $. Now, a lot of people sell them. So if you have this kind of experience, what does it mean? And here's an example, and I picked up one that's hopefully not too controversial, but this is an attack against US government. So you would think, hey, those guys protect themselves, yeah? 830 gigs attacked by 31,000 IoT devices from European Union, from Asia predominantly. So it doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you physically as an attacker, you pick up devices. What did they pick up in this instance? A camera. Very easy. You do a crawling on internet, you can pick up anybody who is most of us are techs here. If you know how to crawl internet, it's doable, not that complicated really. You can discover those devices. Once you discover the device, you can figure out what models they are, what firmware they run. In this particular example, some whatever camera from 2016. If you go look through the model, you can find CVEs. If you find CVE that's newer than the device, you can go to GitHub. You can find the code to explore that. You have now all the pieces to run, to put a bot in place. So now you just need to find those devices and voila, here is your attack. So that's one problem of DDoS. The second problem of DDoS is Quick. So Quick, a very good protocol. I guess Google guys at some point became really upset with all the networking stuff, how it didn't work with applications. So the nice solution to that was, hey, let's move everything to the application. Let's move the TCP control, let's move the TLS, let's move parts of HTTP. Everything moves into the Quick. Now we in an application space, we can really design applications around any issues in the networks, which is true. But the problem is we made everything in the network look like UDP. And there was a claim, okay, this will be more secure. But there is a difference between security and privacy. Yeah, so what they really have done is made most communication more private. but by doing it more private, not necessarily more secure. It's like your WhatsApp. It's not secure, it's private. It's a big difference. For example, iMessage, not secure, private. That's very big difference between what's secure and what's private. So in Quick, hey, we have built-in encryption from TLS. Great. It can be done on 1.3 and not 1.2.1.1, which anybody with a laptop and 15 minutes on internet can pretty much break. It prevents you from tracking. So as you move, you cannot be linked to the interface. So a lot of capabilities that show on your devices are related to Quick usage. And it's platform OS agnostic, so again, allows much faster development on an application layer and delivery of high capacity, high bandwidth. But like with anything encrypted, as soon as you encrypt everything, it's very easy to sneak stuff under because now it's encrypted. So most of the tools that we use cannot really deal with encryption for proper identification. So you're making a fantastic medium to now deliver malwares and everything else. Because it's an UDP, it can be very easily launched from anything. So you have a larger and larger army of bots and botnets, yeah? And to anything on the network, hey, UDP 443. If you block that, you're blocking internet. So very difficult to kind of work around now. And if you look at the Quick, so let's look at the Quick, yeah? So this is a server to client response. You look at what's happening on the wire. If you want to kind of use the packets to identify and block DDoS, what can you do with that? Well, you cannot do connection tracking because all you see is UDP 443. Because you're seeing TLS, you can do profiling because you're seeing things related to server name, this blue square from TLS. You can do URL filtering based on that information. If you, in the middle, on the wire, you can do payload-based blocking because you can do inspection as long as it's not encrypted, which it may not be. Huh? The problem with that is just too much capacity to do on a reasonable, in a reasonable manner a fully based payload inspection at line rate all the time. Most of the things can change their characteristics. So it's if you know how the payload inspection works, a lot of those tools can be worked around with relative ease. So, you can do packet filters, but you need more information. Now, if we look a little bit further, with more and more features added to Quick to give us privacy, well, one of them, with encrypted hellos, will remove everything from, so no more TLS profiling, no more URL filtering, no more payload inspection, really. So now you have really a trouble. And that's why we believe kind of that the packet filtering based on source identification and reputation is pretty much going to be the only truly universal mechanism forward. So it's easy to say how we're going to do this, yeah? So first you need to figure out how the DDoS event takes place. It applies to Quick, but it applies in general, yeah? So the easy indicator is always, massive spike in the traffic. But massive spikes do happen for a valid reason. So on its own, it's not a sufficient condition to look at we have a DDoS. So the next piece is anomaly of traffic. So if you do proper telemetry from your routers, from your network, you have a big data engine analyze what's normal, what's anomaly, based on the time of day, based on the sources, destination. You can do this as an additional piece of information. Again, on its own may still not be enough. That's why the key really now comes to understanding who is talking to whom. So knowing the sources of the traffic, because as soon as in your anomaly you see one of those sources that you know are vulnerable, that they can generate DDoS, you suddenly can extend that information to any new bot sources in the network. So how we do that? Well, continuous source identification. So knowing the bad actors. There is no easy way to do that, but continuous fingerprinting of the entire internet. If you look at it, every IP address you can crawl. In some countries you have to be inside. In some countries you need to know how to go again, across the walls that they built. But it's all about finding the botnets, it's all about finding the booters, it's all about finding IoT devices and then learning what those IoT devices are, and then learning about, hey, if this is your camera, this is the firmware, those are the vulnerabilities. This is the likelihood of that device becoming a source of a botnet in the future. Yeah? And then kind of looking at the traffic that they may be generating, if you can see some of that traffic on kind of on an average basis. And then a lot of, I didn't want to put AI because it's like everybody's using AI. I'm tired with it. Like, pretty soon this will be an AI water. So I didn't use AI, but like it's a lot of machine learning, really training your systems on the information you learn so they can quickly make a decision. The second thing to kind of identifying that is knowing the attacks. So we collect, every vendor does it from security space, but we collect all the information on all the known attacks that we face or our customers face and share with us. So that database, allows us to characterize attacks, characterize the packet sizes. So if a given attack gets repeated somewhere else with similar pattern characteristics, again, we can use it to identification. And then you put this all in the mitigation compile engine, which is trained on both the, here's the IP address, what this IP address is, how likely it is to be source of the DDoS attack. Here is the known DDoS attacks, lots of, magic really happening inside. But fundamentally, if we were to block something like that, what packet ACLs would we use? And then when we see something like that, we can then create a ACL-based protection mechanisms to mitigate the attacks. Yeah? And what kind of match criteria we use depends really on the equipment we talk to. So that's kind of how it looks. Simple. It's relatively simple on the devices, much more complex to kind of make this happen. But hey, here's the rule. We know the protocol usually is easy. There is a prefix of attackers that, once you see the traffic from the routers, and I'll talk about in a second how we do that before, we can say, hey, this is the port, this is the protocol, this is the attackers, this is something about the packet, let's say in this simple example, something about the packet length or something about the TTL range, maybe they're too distant, often a good indication to find the rules. So now, because the botnet attacks become really massive but quick. A lot of botnet attacks last, minute two. They dare to overpower the host. They dare to kind of to overpower the server. They dare to inflict a little bit damage, but do not last too long. Why not lasting too long is a little bit of a way of protecting from systems from really defending quickly enough. And if you have those attacks and you have, let's say, botnets, or I'm going to send botnet from this 10,000s of devices, and then I'm going to repeat 2 minutes later an attack from this 10,000 devices, or things like that. Or I'm going to randomize the things to make it much more difficult to detect. Yeah. So how are you going to do this? When you do this in the manner like that, it's important how you can detect it and how quickly you can detect stuff. So normally we used to, on our routers, we used to really depend on the net flow type of mechanisms, flow specs. The problem with those mechanisms is it takes now quite a bit of time to actually deliver the information about the traffic to the mitigation device or to the mitigation engine that then can analyze, is there an attack in place, and what should we do? So if you look at the top path here, if you on average our customers use NetFlow with 30, 60 second type of timers. If you're using that, that means your first packet of attack can be up to 60 seconds before the system sees it. Then you need to feed it to the engine that can, post-process that information, find out whether the things happen. Well, luckily that's actually heavy optimized, quite very efficient. So that time of detecting, hey, there is an attack, and we need to put stuff in, it's very quick. But and then you add, hey, now we have to create ACLs, we have to instantiate them on the devices. So that's a net flow spec usually, or netconf. You have to program, do the data path, hey, add 10, 15 seconds on average for a device. We're talking over a minute, really, over 45 seconds, but really over a minute in some cases. So that's not ideal when your attacks last 60, 70 seconds, 80, 90 seconds. Yeah, you're pretty much losing the majority of an attack, and then you have to go attack again and go attack again. So that's not necessarily the most efficient. So what we have started to do recently is do really sample port mirroring. Works generally very similar to NetFlow. It's just no cache. And from our systems, we send stuff we need in our mitigation engines to do from our routers to do the detection. So now we cut this time of finding the first packet of attack from 30, 60 seconds to 1 second. So nothing else changes, but because we reduce, 30, 60 second delay to a 1 second delay, we shorten the whole time needed to install protection dramatically. So now you can much faster respond to any attack, protecting the servers much, much faster. And now, so that's how and that's this last slide, this is how we kind of put this really all together. Any router, additional information, we can also, depending on the networks we work with, that we can collect. Simple telemetry. The better telemetry, the better. The better telemetry implementation in the routing devices you have, the better, obviously, for the whole solution. And then number two, this have like pointer. Number two, there are kind of, if you look, this is the, knowing the internet and knowing the bad actors. So I didn't talk about knowing the internet aspects, pretty much crawling the internet and understanding where is your Facebook, where is your Instagram, where is your Google this, where is your Apple this, and regardless of where they sit, in what data center, on what part of the world. So feeding that information into our on-prem deployment of the mitigation system, and then as soon as we see the packets based on the information put together, you see real-time both the analytics on what's happening during the attack and the ACLs that are being instantiated and deployed in the network. We deploy this on our gear. Not too many, let me just say, not too many routers can line rate protect DDoS at the proper scale without impact on performance and impact on ACL. So, whatever you have in the network will depend whether you can use your routers that you have or you need something else, like a scrubbing device that we also deliver, or existing other scrubbing devices or things like that. It is though important, so that's pretty much last slide, but it is important because as I say, there is a lot of, in networking security, there is a lot of, I would say, old thinking. And really when we think of an old security, we really have to, if you remember this first slide, we really have to understand where we are and what money we have. And be very careful how we're spending this money. Because there's too often that I see people buying a certain type of equipment that is very good equipment, but not for a scale that you need. So a lot of capabilities are kind of diminishing when you impacted by the scale of the traffic device needs to handle. So the security is really, whatever what you secure on your peering, it's really about the layering things. Removing things as cheaply as possible, because the attacks are becoming extremely cheap. So, and as your peering bandwidth, as your connectivity increases rapidly, it's not that easy to do application layer device at the 100 of gigs type of capacity. So you have to be kind of very cautious to what you're putting where, and how you design your security of the network to make sure that you really get money for your dollars spent, and you understand what you're protecting and what you still need to protect. Thank you. So I don't know if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. Since people want drinks, I'm not going to be offended.
Hi, it's clearly the stupidest guy in the room because I'm the only one that doesn't understand presentations and have questions. Nishal, no hats. A lot of our detection and mitigation systems today are still bound by source or destination, right? How useful is this in a future internet? I mean, we're seeing, much to my disgust, we're seeing like CGN roll out, like it's going out of fashion. And while of course you can control the extent of how and what you detect within your network, if I'm looking at something that's one network downstream from me, I used to run a transit network in this country many years ago. If I'm looking downstream at one of my customers who's implementing some kind of CGN, I mean, what are we doing today to detect or what are we going to be doing in the future to detect and deal with attacks that are coming behind CGN type networks?
Yeah, so mitigating, so I say, like, we do believe that you can mitigate with source. It's just understanding what this source really is and what it does. So, you're talking CDNs. So as I said, we do a crawling of on internet to identify bad guys, but also to identify good guys. When we will know a difference between sending a good guy sending a traffic and suddenly good guy, something that looks like a good guy, sending a traffic that they should never send. Yeah. So that allows us to also detect somebody spoofing the source, which used to be a really dominant way of generating attacks, and suddenly you would see very legitimate source from very legitimate customer sending something that makes no sense. So mitigating, yes, but it's back to really the same goes for your devices. Yeah, there's a lot of apps right now on dealing with where you're connecting, how reliable, how secure, what's the on a scale from 0 to 10, should you connect to that address or should you not connect to that address? It's kind of similar concept. The thing is, the magic really behind this is being able to continuously crawl the entire internet. And it is a massive task to undertake because it's not one location, you need multiple locations, you need to know how to do it, you need to understand how protocol works so you can get the information. You need to have a legal team that every now and then when somebody sends you a letter, why you're doing this and this and this, because we do it openly. We can respond, that's totally legal. There's nothing preventing us from sending this request. So it's all legit, but you need to know how to do this to be legit and to learn the information you need so you can catch based on the information that you have, yeah.
Hendrik Visanga from Link Solutions. So the first question that immediately came up to mind is, how is the single website operator going to protect his site from these sort of attacks coming from the internet? Are you looking at something for them, or is it, and in the same sentence, a home user? Are you going to protect them, or is this a sort of solution that will only really be sensible for the bigger persons, the enterprises, those that actually sits in the middle between those website users and the clients?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So there is a majority. Okay, if I go back, can we get the slides back? The last one. Okay, sorry. So I just answered quickly. So the whole system is a software-based solution. Yeah? So you have an on-prem deployment. Now, that can handle whatever needs you have at whatever, and obviously based on that, I don't want to go into commercial, it's a technical discussion. So that's tailored towards any deployment. Then the mitigation, it really depends on what you have in your network. So there's multiple ways that we can mitigate. Our routers, a third-party vendor routers, potentially, maybe you have some scrubbers, maybe we can give you a scrubber for whatever you need, or maybe we can, we also run it in a cloud as a mitigation, but okay, now you need a capacity. So there is no simple answer, but there is multiple capabilities. Hey, there is a lot of colos here that we could work with us and put a deep field as a service solution in South Africa for clients in here as well. Yeah, so it all depends really how you go, but there is options to tailor this. So again,
Andrew.
I'm
sorry, I have to cut you short, but we're running out of time.
I'm happy to talk outside of the things for any questions. Thank you, guys.
Sir, thank you, Andrew. So, going from DDoS protection to more general internet resiliency in South Africa. The next speaker is Amrish. He's a researcher for ISOC, longtime Afrinic staff member, and he will go a bit more into the details of general internet resiliency and the resiliency index.
Thank you, Sander. Hi, everyone. Super glad to be back in Cape Town and back in this area. I remember my first I-Week actually was in Stellenbosch, not so far away, 2015. Yeah. So, yeah, my name is Amrish. I work for the Internet Society. I do mostly research over there, and I will tell you about one of the new products that we have launched a couple of months ago, which is called the Internet Resilience Index. And what I'm going to talk about today is the internet resilience in Southern Africa, with a focus on South Africa, of course. Okay, so what are we going to cover today? Obviously, this tool, as you know, at the Internet Society, we like to work with people that can potentially change things in their own countries. So, talking to regulators, policymakers. So, this tool really is something meant for regulators and policymakers. I'm sure there are not many people in the policy sphere here today. It's mostly network operators, but I'm sure you can get at least one take-home point from this presentation. So we will look at the past, some of the incidents that happen on the internet, some of the outages, and what could have been, or what are the impact of these outages, and what is the connection to internet resilience. What are the strengths and weaknesses of the Southern African region in terms of resilience, and what you as the internet community should do to make internet more resilient in your own community and own country. So the Internet Society is running a project called Pulse. Pulse is a data dashboard. So we collect data from different sources, and we present data on different things such as internet shutdowns or countries shutting down the internet in their countries. And so we document how they are doing the shutdowns and the duration, and we also provide some cost calculation about what could be the business impact of those shutdown. We also provide some information about the adoption of key technologies such as IPv6, DNSSEC, TLS, HTTPS, so on and so forth. Another aspect that we look at is also concentration. How some market concentrated in terms of CDN providers, certificate providers, data center providers, and what we are going to talk about today is resilience. So we have on the website a tool called the Internet Resilience Index, which I've been working on for the past couple of months. So internet resilience, it's quite a complex concept, right? So let's try to bring that back to the notion of human resilience, right? So what would you say constitute the resilience of a person? We can think of their mental health, their physical health. Some would say their financial health. My wife would say emotional health. So there are different things, right? But the internet I would say, is the same. The internet is a complex ecosystem made of so many different parts. So we have to come with some sort of, we have to break it down into measurable pieces. And the way we did it is, as you see here, first, we need infrastructure for the internet to work. So we look at whether there is an existence of infrastructure, first of all, and how reliable this infrastructure is. Next is performance. You need at least some level of performance to be able to run any kind of service on the internet. If your bandwidth is crappy, you won't be able to watch your favorite YouTube video. Security, of course, your network, your system, the ecosystem of your country should be secured enough for it to be able to resist to attacks from the outside, and we have a nice talk on DDoS. I will tell you how we use DDoS information not as a way to protect your network, but because you can also, as a network, you can also be potentially an attacker to others. So you need to know that you are actually you need to secure your network in such a way that you are not going to be an attacker to others. And finally, market readiness. We thought that, okay, the internet is not only made of technical things, we need to add what we usually call layer 8 and layer 9 considerations in that index. And we looked at market readiness, things such as market concentration. Do we see good competition in the market? Do we see good pricing in terms of internet services? So these are all captured in that last pillar called market readiness. But first, let's learn a little bit about some recent incidents. The AS4804 outage, Optus in Australia, that outage lasted 10 hours. It affected both fixed broadband and mobile communication, over 10 million individuals. As in many places, the same company is going to provide fixed and mobile and using the same backbone. And once there's something which is not running okay in the main network, in the core network, both fixed and mobile would go away. And this is what happened in Australia. Obviously, there is something to fix at the network level itself. I think the issue was some misconfiguration with BGP. So there is some amount of resilience or redundancy that needs to happen at the network level, but that's not my point here. My point is that if we look at the Internet Resilience Index of Australia, so I will only look at two things. It's a little bit blurry, so you might not see it. In the red rectangle down there, we are looking at market diversity. So the index is basically telling us that in Australia, market diversity isn't that great, right? So in the case of an outage, if one or two operators they go down, it means that maybe potentially half of the population, if not more, will not be able to have access to the internet. And this is what also happened in Canada. Canada had an outage that lasted 19 hours, also affected millions of subscribers. And you can see the costs, more than $140 million in terms of loss. And the very same profile, market diversity in Canada is not that great because the market is dominated by one or two players. Finally, this is a blog post that was written by Max, who did a presentation earlier today about the outage in Italy, where Telecom Italia has only one upstream provider, which is Sparkle, and the link between Telecom Italia and Sparkle was broken, and obviously, because they do not have any alternative link, and also because of lack of peering, their customer base suffered a lot from this outage. So this is how it looks like on Hurricane Electric. So on the left, you would see this is Telecom Italia. As you can see, only one provider. And I bet this case is very similar in a lot of countries across the world. If we look at their competitor, which is Vodafone Italia, you can see that they have many providers, at least 3 providers. So it shows a higher level of redundancy here. So now, let's bring the conversation back to Southern Africa, and specifically also South Africa. So using the Internet Resilience Index, we rank regions. Unfortunately, Africa is lagging behind with 35% of internet resilience. And if we go into Africa, we also have sub-regions, and Southern Africa is doing the best. And within Southern Africa, South Africa is doing the best in front of Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho, and Eswatini. In general, South Africa is ranked 52 in the world. So this is a spider chart of the internet resilience of South Africa. So the index is built using different indicators. So I'm not showing all the indicators here. I'm showing a group. When we group all the indicators into subcategories, this is what you see here. But the idea is, looking at this graph, we can already see where are the weak points. We see that, for example, in South Africa, mobile connectivity is quite good, hitting around 80% here. Market structure is also quite good, hitting around 70% here. But enabling infrastructure, not that good. Mobile networks, not that good. So let's have a look deeper into that. So South Africa, as I mentioned, has a 53% of index, and the weak points are enabling technologies. So we look at what are the indicators, what are the features of the enabling infrastructure, which is a little bit weak. We see data centers, and we see the number of IXPs. Quite a surprise, actually. But so the way the index is built is that it compares South Africa with other countries, those who are performing better. So it doesn't mean that with the number of IXPs that you have in South Africa, it's actually bad. It's just that some other countries are doing better in terms of number of IXPs and number of data centers that you have in their country. So I did a quick calculation. We have seen 20 major cities in South Africa. We have only 7 IXPs and 36 data centers. Normally, in some other countries, you would have a higher number of IXPs because you tend to have regional IXPs. So the ideal scenario would be to have an IXP per city, per major city, where you have a lot of population and also a lot of regional ISPs providing the service. So let me compare this with another country, Thailand, which has more or less the same profile, except that it has a fewer number of cities. It has 8 IXPs and 28 data centers, which means that the number of IXPs as the indicator for internet resilience for Thailand is much better than it is for South Africa, because the ratio is better. So moving on, we've seen a difference in terms of performance as well. So if we compare South Africa to Thailand, in terms of mobile performance is quite equivalent. But if you look at the fixed broadband, the average broadband as experienced by end users, because this is data coming from Ookla, is around 45 Mbps, whereas in Thailand, it's 223 Mbps. If we look at the security and market readiness component of South Africa, IPv6 adoption is very low as compared to other countries in the world. Why is that the case? Guys, what are you doing with the IPv6? I think it's high time for you to make it happen. I was talking about DDoS protection. So what we are measuring effectively here is your potential of harming others. And we get the data from CyberGreen, which is a source of data about DDoS and how many open networks, open DNS servers, open NTP servers that you have on your network. But the good thing about South Africa is that you are doing quite well in terms of market diversity and upstream provider diversity. So your market is quite well balanced in terms of the number of players and in terms of peering as well. This is the very sad picture of IPv6 adoption. Only 1.5% are seen by Google, as opposed to 42% in Thailand. As I mentioned, South Africa is doing quite well in terms of market readiness, and this is because affordability to internet services is good, peering is good, market diversity is good. So all these different factors are contributing to having a good market readiness factor for South Africa. I will skip quickly. So had some slides on some neighboring countries such as Botswana. So for example, Botswana, we haven't seen any data center recorded on peering DB, which is where we are getting our information. So they are also doing quite badly on fixed on fixed connectivity as opposed to mobile. And I also put a slide on Tanzania. As Frank is here, data center is not that great and fixed connectivity is not that great. So we all have a role to play in this. So if you fix your own network and all aggregated together, this will change your index eventually. So we all have a role to play in making the internet more resilient. So it is not if but when, and I hope it is not you that appear on the blank sheet that's there as the next outage. And if you want to have more information, you can subscribe to our newsletter or have a look at our methodology to have more details about our index. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Amrish. Very interesting. Hope you can give better numbers next time. Yes. We have time for questions, yes. Any questions? I think they just realize how much work they have to do now, so everybody's working. Thank you very much. Okay, the next presentation will be a lightning talk about post-quantum crypto, and this is a recording. So please, I don't know who is actually on the recording, but we will now have a recording of a lightning talk.
Hello, I am Atish Chutan, one of the authors of the paper Framework to Test Preparedness Against Quantum Computing. Our research aims to analyze if the TLS servers in Mauritius are correctly implemented to enable quantum-safe cryptography. Since quantum computing is becoming more and more advanced as time passes, we need to increase our internet security to prevent data leaks from cyber attacks. Our framework, which is written in Python, can be found at github.com/atishjutan/TLDR failed testing. Our tool is versatile and provides an effective method for other countries or organizations to analyze their own networks for security flaws. What is a TLDR bug? It is a bug where some misconfigured servers or the firewall flags that large TLS client hello packets as a bad connection, meaning the encrypted packets, which is encrypted with quantum-safe cryptography, is classified as a bad connection and rejects it. Even if a connection is made, it will not negotiate for the classical cryptography, then terminates that connection. Our methodology involves fetching a list of IPs corresponding to a country or organization. We then filter them by ensuring that port 443 is open and not blocked by a firewall. To speed up this process, we make use of parallel computing. We finally check for the TLDR bug anomaly in the TLS servers. This rigorous approach allows us to determine the effectiveness of the TLS servers and assess the level of security against the impending threats of quantum computing. I am pleased to announce that our results for the country of Mauritius were found to be 0% failure rate. The 13 IPs in the slides that failed the test are special cases where it connects to the TLS servers but does not return a server hello packet. We also tested for the most popular website in Mauritius with cellular networks. Out of the 47 websites, 3 failed due to being an expired domain. This implies that Mauritius demonstrated a high level of resiliency and preparedness against quantum computing. Thus, the potential of leveraging quantum computing in a cyber attacks against Mauritius is high. This analysis is only the first step to mitigate to post-quantum cryptography. Since we are becoming more and more interconnected, safeguarding our digital infrastructure is a necessity. Our results not only focuses on Mauritius' security, but also points out the vast needs for nations and companies to strengthen their defenses. In conclusion, our work highlights how secure Mauritius is and how serious we are to secure our digital infrastructure. We hope that our framework can serve as a starting point for others to assess and reinforce their digital infrastructure. Thank you.
I see questions. I don't know who's going to answer them.
I'm so sorry, this isn't a question, this is a comment. I have no idea who that person was. Do you know who that person was?
I do not know who that person was, but
Okay.
I think the person behind you might know.
Do you know who that person was?
I don't know him personally, but he introduced himself at the talk.
Well, I didn't understand him, and I was trying to understand him, and this is a very important concept and a very important principle, and I think it's been wasted very badly. He spoke about us and what we're doing, and he said things that I think are, besides that it wasn't understandable. I think it's a very relevant topic, and I think it needs to be handled again in a much better way than it was handled here. Look, my son is a postdoctoral student in quantum safe cryptography. He's designing these things. So he's more than happy to come and talk to you and handle questions and answers at a proper academic way.
So, hi, my name is Nishal. I'm part of the program committee. So I can answer a few questions about this, but not everything. Two things. One, the gentleman sent us the slides a little later than his video. So you can find the video and the slides online after the event. I'll say after the event because everybody's busy and they're running around, so you'll get the video and the slides then. If you didn't understand him, it's probably because his native language isn't English, and that's not his fault. But if you care enough to listen to him, you are really, really, really lucky because the talk is recorded. And I'm told, and I'm quite stupid, but I'm told that there's technology today that can help to slow down the speed at which videos play so that people can listen better then. Also note that this is a lightning talk. It was submitted to us as a lightning talk, which meant that he wanted 5 minutes to talk about a topic that he thought was important. And if you didn't get the gist of it is that they wrote some code to test popular websites in Mauritius to see how many of these websites were vulnerable to post-quantum cryptography vulnerabilities, The code's open source, so that's fantastic for first-year university students to have done as a project. They've published it online. You can find it on GitHub, I guess. And the details of where they are, if you couldn't get the URL because of his accent, will be in the slides that will be alongside the presentation. I think they may be online to answer questions. I'm not certain. No, I don't think they're online because they're 2 hours ahead of us. But if you do have questions about their talk, please look online, or you're welcome to come talk to me during the social. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishal. So, for the last part of today, we are having a session about a ZANOG update and a look to the future. It's you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So the thing is that I'm standing in the way of you getting to the beer. So I am going to be very quick and make this a lightning talk. My name is Donald Jolly, and I'm part of the ZANOG team, a volunteer at ZANOG. And I see what everybody means about hitting the button. You've got to hit it hard. So, who's a NOG virgin? Who's never been to a network operator group meeting? You all have. So you all know what a NOG is. And there's one person there, fantastic. This is a NOG, right? This is a network operator group meeting. We get together, we share technical ideas, we learn from each other to build a better internet. So what do we do as ZANOG? We organize events like this conference, training, we run mailing lists, Telegram groups. Max mentioned that he started the Discuss group, and he's really keen for somebody to ask him why he started it. So please go ask him. We also have the website running. Then we have the CDN project, and also run community network services and tools. Who knows about the ZANOG CDN project? Okay, so who doesn't know about it? Just checking that everyone's awake. Right, so I'm not going to go into this, but very, very basically, I live in Durban. We're a poor cousin to Joburg. We never get any love there. CDNs don't like to deploy there, although they are slowly coming. So the idea is that we would embed CDN caches into an AS and serve all the local ISPs so that it would save money. And so how does it actually work, the CDN project? Well, it does rely on good people to volunteer their time, sponsorship of cashful, rack space, power, and we also got donations to get the money for an AS because, you know, Afrinic and their fees. And we then approached CDNs, and we still are adding to that slowly. But really what's important about this is you have to set up bilateral sessions with ZANOG in order to get that content. So as I said, the community services that we offer are the CDNs. We have a Microtech B test server running so that those people that are connected to the exchange point can use that. Microsoft connected caches. I'll punt this one and say I've got a great story about the Microsoft connected cache. Come ask me about it. And then NTP servers. So what's new? So that's what this is about, right? We deployed in PE and connected to NIMBINX, Nelson Mandela Bay Internet Exchange Point. We took one of the OCAs from Durban and we put that into service there, and a Microsoft connected cache. Very recently, Ed has been working hard and getting additional hardware, and so we are planning on spinning up services, and I'll get a little bit into that in the next couple of slides. So then we got a new CDN in Cape Town in the Durban cluster, the Steam cache, which has been performing very well. So I think I actually have to, thanks to sponsors, you see them here, for making events possible. Also in the background, there's a continual sponsorship of Rackspace, Power, Cashful, and thanks to the volunteers that spend a lot of time. Ed you spend so much time, on this. So yeah, thanks very much. And then we've just put up a link for donations for Cashful, hardware, and those sorts of things. So what's next? When I was doing these slides, the server was on its way to Durban. It arrived super quick and was put in and is in production. As I mentioned, we're getting additional servers and compute. And the idea of that is so that we can offer more services to the community. But the important thing here is that we spin up services that the community find useful. It's pointless us saying, well, let's host a Wikipedia what do you call it, node or whatever the case is, when, well, actually, no, we don't really need that. So ideas are iPerf server, Jitsi video bridge, Mastodon server, but it's actually up to you. And then we're going to carry on with our regional events. We had one last month in Gauteng, and we'll have one next month in Durban. And I think the idea is that we also would like to do some training before those regional events. Those regional events are usually just evening talks and drinks. So everything moving forward actually depends on the community. So I know that we all want to get out of here, but we need input from you. And one of the things that at the last GPNOG, Nichelle stood up and he said, we need ideas for training. Who needs training? And there wasn't a huge amount of feedback on it. So what I want to ask now is some ideas on how we move forward with this community and things that you would like to see happen. So do you think we should be not worrying about training, or if we do, what topics? Should we be having more events, less events? What services? If we can just maybe have 5 minutes chatting about it, and then we can go continue to chat about it over milk and cookies.
You guys are amazing. Don, Ed, Nichelle, I mean, those are the only ones that I know. I know it's a thankless job. I know you don't get paid for it, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You've really taken over a lot of the space where ISOC ZA was pretty much trying to fill, and we lost momentum, and you guys came in with full speed momentum. And you've made a huge difference to our community. There's no doubt about it. You've created a community, you've created interest, you drive interest. So thank you so much. You're doing great. Don't worry too much about this stuff. It's amazing. So I think we need basic training, like basic networking, the prerequisites for any networking course. Why to route a /29 rather than 2/30s? You know, they don't teach that in the basic training of Micritic or Cisco or Juniper. I know that we used to have some basic training by Afrinic. Mukum used to come. Nichelle knows how to do it. He's done it many times before. I've been in those IP training sessions, the basic ones, which include like some basic Unix as well, because we've got people that don't know Unix. So you're getting onto the command line. And I've got people that we can send, and I'll fill up those trainings, and I'm prepared to volunteer to help you guys out on that as well. I believe it's very important. we've put DNS training back onto the map, and that seems to be happening annually, and I'm assisting to make sure that happens annually in Cape Town. Mark Elkins and Johan Uren do that. So I'm hoping for number training as well. We've got names going. Okay, basic number.
Okay.
How to use the numbers. And that'll also have some basics on IPv6, obviously, as well. Question, I know it's a secret, and we're not allowed to talk about it. The Google CDN. Does anybody, I mean...
Cape Town.
Yeah, Cape Town.
Yeah, so there's two challenges with that. I think the first one is the cache flow requirements for a Google cache are quite high. When you look at the likes of Apple and Steam, their ratios are fairly good, but Google is not. It's still relatively good. You know, it's I think 1 to 3. So that it is quite bandwidth intensive. So we would need to figure out how to make that sustainable in terms of the cache flow. And then the other one is actually getting a buy-in from Google, because they seem to be falling off the map in terms of actually being helpful.
Hello, this is Aaron from ZANOG Group. I think automation training, like those previously delivered, would be more tailored for, especially myself. And VM, like virtual machine working, how you can integrate that with networking, would be a nice training topic, I think.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much. So yeah, but you know about that training. I hope you've registered for it for. Yeah. Thursday. Yeah. All right. So I think, please come chat to Ed or myself about ideas that you have, services that you feel that we should be spinning up, and we would like to have some tech volunteers to help us manage that as well. Yes, Nichelle.
Hi, my name is Nichelle. I have a ZANOG hat too, as one of the background people that has to write all the documentation for funding, it seems. I want to comment on something that Alan said. He's right. I've been to his facility, his training center in Cape Town. He was very kind to host us many times over the years. We've done training there. I do actually know how to subnet, even in my head, and I'm pretty certain I can teach most people how to do that. The thing is, I don't want to do it anymore. Because I'm going to be 25 next year. And that's like a quarter of a century, right? I'm old. So there needs to be other folks that want to come do it. I'm looking at this room, and maybe it's just the old-timers that didn't have the energy to get up and leave that's here. But there are no kids here, right? There's one child, that's here. But where are the rest of us? I mean, what are we doing to bring younger folks in and to teach the younger folks the things that they need to be doing so that we can get them in to teach IPv6 a long time ago? I don't ever want to teach an IPv6 course again in my life. That's how sick I am of teaching IPv6. But I'm very happy to spend time to teach younger folk who are willing to teach IPv6 to the, Alan's grandchildren or whoever's going to come next. But that's what we need here. So for those of you that are business owners, for those of you that are, you own your business, you see levels or whatever in your business, where's the young guys? Why are they not at these events? Is there some secret code where you think that iWeek or ZANOG is only if you hit like engineer level 3? Is that a thing?
They became programmers, it's more sexy.
Is it that they're all just busy writing apps and they want to push something to go yo and make $1 million or something? Right? Because, and if that's real, then if that's real, then part of what we need to be doing is rethinking how we're bringing people into the industry. And let me remind you about this. You're all invested in whatever, I'm sorry, I'm not intentionally showing you my backside, but you're all heavily invested in whatever you decide to do here. Because the young people that are going to get trained are people that you're going to look for your employment force. So when Donald says, what do you want a future NOG to be? It's not just, hey guys, next year what version of whiskey do you want? It's, how do you see yourself getting talent? Because you're up against, like the keynote said this morning, for those of you that were awake, the keynote said you're up against the fangs of the world who are stealing all of the folk that you have. What's your plan to replenish these skills? You don't have a plan? Well, yeah, I know you're Cape Town, Slapstad. That means sleepy town for the non-Afrikaans people, I think. But what's your plan to get new folk? Is it secret? You don't want to tell us? If it's secret, that's fine. I'll go back to my seat. But I don't need to work at an ISP anymore. I've paid my penance. I've done that already. How are you going to get new kids in?
Sean?
Make me walk so far so late in the day. Sure. Sean from the internet for this conversation. I chaired a panel in November at ZAPF on this exact topic. And I've thought about it a lot since then. I've also got 2 teenagers going into the workforce and trying to figure out what they want to do with their life. My oldest one has decided developing and writing code is far more fun than network engineering. I think part of the problem for any younger people coming to an event like this is the demographic is just older. The way to solve that is, unfortunately, just get more young people here. So as Michelle says, if we have younger people who work in organizations, they need to be encouraged to attend events like this. But I think in addition to events like this, having and information and data, and as Alan says, like how to configure routers, how to choose subnets, basic things. I mean, people who not even just want to come in and work for an ISP, but anybody trying to start an ISP who may have network experience from being in tech support or whatever, there's a lot of nuances in running an ISP, like we found out when we started 10, 12 years ago, that just isn't available. Like this information isn't there unless you can get to a training day, which not everybody can. And I think building something where that training data lives, where people can work through that information, will be massively helpful in allowing youngsters to access it, and by the time they attend an event like this, they know what a /30 is. So a lot of people rock up here and go like, I didn't even know what that is. I want to be a network engineer. But a lot of the talks too are very, very technical. So I think it's beneficial to, I know for those of us who've been around the block for a couple of years, a very basic, straightforward 101 talk might be very boring, but maybe that's in a breakaway room somewhere like networking 101, peering 101 or whatever. But anybody who's new to the industry, anybody who's worked in the industry less than 12 months or 36 months should be attending those kind of talks, which are often missing at events like this.
Thanks, Sean. I think we're going to close it off there because it's getting thirsty. Oh, Ed wants to say something. It's fine. It's on you now.
Hi, I'm Ed De Lange. I'm Chief Bottle Washer for NOG. So just the one thing that Donald didn't quite touch much on, but we get sponsors for lots of things for ZANOG. This event is a good example because that board is full of great people who chuck money at us to do things like this. Because people forget actually how expensive it is to run these events. Because, well, food's expensive, beer's expensive, everything goes on. But a lot of the other things we do, we get support from people to do the smaller projects and sort of running thing. So I was asked, on the NOG mailing list or Telegram group a couple of weeks ago, I asked if anyone had spare 2.5-inch drives for some of our servers. A whole bunch of people came and said like, sure, here's 2.5-inch drives, we've got them sitting on the shelf. Someone ordered some in and just said, where can I courier it to? It came straight from the warehouse to us. It's great for support like that, but people also asked, can other people support us in smaller ways? Because not everyone has drives floating around or in some cases, 100,000 Rand to chuck at an event. So that's why we did that sponsors link that Donald had earlier on. So if someone wants to give $100 to supporting this, they can go and do $100 monthly or whatever. So it helps us a lot to deal with some of the smaller stuff rather than having to, okay, we want to buy a drive, now let's find someone to buy us a drive. It just greases the wheels a bit easier. And that doesn't go to anyone's pocket, that always goes into something community. So yeah, if anyone wants to consider that, the link is on the website. And every bit really helps. And if your company wants to sponsor some events, our regional events cost us about 20,000 Rand to host per event. So if anyone wants to sponsor one of those or part of those, please reach out to us as well. Thank you very much.
All right, so I think that is the end of day one, and cocktails in the courtyard. Thank you very much.